Hello everybody, I think I'm about ready to get started. We're just entering XP week. There's another HBR. I figure I'd talk a little bit about where we're going with PSO in general at some point today. But I decided since it is XP week, and I know there were people looking to level characters, throw in a random bonus session, see what happens. Otherwise, we are just continuing to listen to Ken's Rage 2 from Fist of the North Star. So, we'll boot it up in just a moment. I was actually giving thought to the quest guide because I talked about it in one of the previous streams. So I think my goal, I just started populating the guide today actually, is to play some of the quests that I haven't played. I don't know if necessarily in this stream, I think a lot of it will be offline. But to make sure that whenever we play one of the HBR quests that they get properly updated. So I saw some things that were missing before. You know, like one of the ones that I was surprised I didn't write down. So I went and added that tonight, for example. I didn't mention about the Endless Nightmare 4 Anguish Claw resets. I'm like, I did that like 2-3 times on stream. But there's some things in there I was a little surprised to not see in the guide. So I added that back in there. It's like probably one of the unironic uses of Anguish. It is the preferred way of playing that quest. It used to be a lot stronger, but it's still worth running overall. So yeah, we'll boot up, see who's around. If we could get 3 people, we'll try some HBR. If we get 2 people total, like me and somebody else, I'll just help them with whatever they want. The goal today is just to play. I think, for example, next time I touch up, I think it was Sweep Up Operation 11, which reminds me. Make sure I rate that in my quest guide somewhere. I don't think I did. Oh, actually no. I put that under Sweep Up Operation 11 highlights. Never mind. But I think it's also farmable for Orange ID. I'm gonna put a work in progress there. I think we talked about that last time. Welcome, FrostMcG. You're probably one of the first people here since we're on a weird bonus stream. But if there's any help you wanted on your characters, FrostMcG, let me know. We are more than happy to play with very hard mode, ultimate, whatever. Did you still need help getting your other character to 80, for example? I'm gonna just do a warm-up Phantasmal Worlds as people trickle in. So yeah, I want to make sure from that standpoint I update the guide a bit more frequently. I think before I was only putting the quests that I like, which to be fair, makes sense. I got those out of the way. But I think for some of them, they might be worth re-exploring to see if I should put them in more fine-tuned categories. So that way when people are like, I see a quest in the RBR, but I don't see it on your list. What do you want me to do with this quest? I think I should probably give them some categories. I think there's some that are... how to put it? I think there's some that are like fun to do for challenges, but they're not good for hunts. Okay, so sure thing, FrostMcG. As soon as I'm done with this run, we'll help you with that. Sounds like a plan. Oh, I messed up. I meant to put a free strap out. Welcome, Retract. Hope you're doing well. Don't mind me. Just shooting the corner of the screen. Look, I'm shooting chat. Right? Isn't that how it's angled? Apparently, take that, chat. Did I accidentally put it on normal mode? I feel like I'm doing no damage. I mean, I'm not gonna reset now. I'm committed. I'm like, we did this earlier, and I'm like, there's no way. I must have put this on normal mode by accident. That would explain some things, honestly. But HU's so broken, it doesn't matter. Listen. He does whatever he wants. All that the HUcast privilege, chat. I'll buff up just in case. Let's not die to the trap here. Yeah, otherwise we'll just help whatever people need. We'll do probably some very hard mode runs, just a couple. And if we got enough people, we'll do some HBR. But I think the goal is to make sure that when I'm done with the HBR, to update the quest a bit more thoroughly. So sweep up Operation 11, I just made a note that I gotta go back to it. But I do think it'll help if I can break down a little more cleanly information on the runs. So one thing I started adding were like solo tags, for example. I think there are some quests that, even though they have higher difficulty, are completely fine solo. And I think there's some quests that don't have a high difficulty that are like borderline unplayable because you're not playing with multiple people. So like, oh man, that is some painful damage. Yeah, there's no way. This has to be a higher difficulty. But from the standpoint of the runs themselves, it could be a little deceptive because there's even like boss rushes that you could do solo. Like TTF, for example, is something that like a character coming fresh into Ultimate would not be able to do. But like obviously everybody can run it. So I think there's little tags like that that should be included. So expect a lot of those tags to not exist for episode 2. Because I think there are some quests that are quite fun if you have like 3-player plus. And I don't know if I should have a separate tag for that. Just for episode 2. Just because they're... Are you being serious with me? At least I baited the invincibility. I was hoping it would actually give it to me there, and it did. Now I could just look at you. It actually doesn't matter anymore. Oh yeah, I definitely put it on normal mode. I'm doing like 34 damage, yeah. That's fine. We still got those, chat. That feeling when you could still solo Q casts on multiplayer mode. This life is unfair. Anyway, FrostMcG, if you have your character ready, we'll go ahead and play it. Otherwise, we'll see what we could do. I was actually thinking of Retract earlier because there was a quest where I'm like, is this a Disco Brave Man alternate quest? Is it good enough to run? And that was the silent after image one, so I'll put the HBR up on screen. Oh, RBR, excuse me. Let's switch over to a blue ID character real quick. Okay, we have silent after image 1, sweep up Operation 5, and War Limits 4. The sweep up Operation 5 is like a temple quest, which I think, if I recall, is actually decent. I don't remember if it's in the quest guide already. War Limits 4 is one of those ones where it's like definitely weaker than new mop-up Operation 3 and 4 for Heaven Strikers, but it's like okay when it's in the RBR. I think a big problem that holds it back from having like really good value is the fact that it doesn't have any zoos. So like there's like literally only one ID that is worth playing. I mean, I guess in theory you could try to do Sky ID Lame to Argent if you're feeling really desperate for those 16 Goron detonators or whatever. But yeah, it's one of those ones where it's like, oh, Dango is here. Everybody hopping in. So yeah, we'll do a couple runs on very hard mode, just kind of warm up. And then we'll switch back to Ultimate. I think we'll go through the RBR as is, so I might even bring in my HUMar. Maybe. Although I don't think he's read the right ID for any of those, but it is what it is. I'm gonna say, hopefully I did this on very hard. I was like half paying attention. Oh no. Having more than who clips into the ground the most. See, I float in the air. It's the shoes. Like, I'm clearly not touching the ground. The HUcast also doesn't touch the ground. I did ultimate? Okay, my bad. Slash lobby. I think the problem is I keep thinking I can... So, I'll tell you what I keep doing. I keep hitting up And like sometimes I keep forgetting that it has a little bit of a delay when I go to hit enter. So my very first up doesn't register. Like I hit up before anything physically loads. I'm a little fast on it. I gotta slow down the menu a little. I don't think War Limits 4 is worth running in an HBR. I think it's a little slow. We'll just do some standard B. So see if we could get an Ignition Cloak or something. Because remember, chat, rare enemy weak is a lie. You might as well just do rare enemies, whatever. Just be real with you. I'll be real with you. Tomfoolery and lies. Almost thought I got a photon drop already. I was like, damn, that was good. Already got a level up for the person we're helping. Nice. Yeah, this is a good time if you want to bring Jaeger up to 80 for future stuff. We'll give you a little boost here, and we'll go back to our regularly scheduled things. I'm also kind of looking for Heavenly Arms. So genuinely, there are things in this run that I want at the moment. The hunt for Ignition Cloak is eternal. I was just double checking if I have Capoe Emerge or Capoe Emerge on. I want Capoe Emerge. Okay. So we'll see where it goes from there. I think we'll slide through some of the HBRs. Silent After Image has a decent amount of stuff you could get on Red ID. It's just kind of an awkward. Ooh, this one's on Crystal. It's kind of just in an awkward position where it's a mix of enemies that don't necessarily give a lot of value. Which there's nothing wrong with that quest. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean like the quest is unplayable. So that's why I want to break it down. Like, if I'm saying I'm not recommending a quest, I'm like, it's because I don't find the quest fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, or I'll put like the Massive Attack Lily resets. Like, those are just, I don't recommend those. Wow. Well, anyway, apparently very hard mode. Why even play Ultimate? Just, you can literally get more value on very hard mode. Of course. True nonsense, chat. Absolute true nonsense. So, I was kind of on the fence for After Image, what the best run would be. There's a lot of normal Boomas, wow. Yeah, you're never gonna believe what dropped. But it has a lot of general value that I just don't know. The enemy counts are a bit weird. Like, obviously, there's some enemies that are just kind of duds on all IDs. I was wondering if there was, like, a generic... Can I really not pick this up because I'm maxed on Star Atomizers? That's so trolly. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't even have limited space. Just got trolled. So, there's ones where I'm like... I'm probably gonna make a bad call. So it's like, I definitely want to study the enemies a little more. I don't think it's a quest you could really reset on based off the enemy counts, but I could be wrong. Depends on how much it flip-flops between Forest and Ruins. And I do like that idea, right? Because there are IDs that like have general value across multiple areas. So I'm thinking like Yellow ID would be fine, but in terms of like the highest value, I'm half wondering if it's red, because you get like 70 chances to disco Brave Man, which is a pretty high amount in the run, and your consolation prize is 13 Chaos Sorcerers for Cycle 1. Plus you can get stuff like Red Saber in the run. They're not like major value things, but they're still there. And obviously the Heart ofs are still there as well for Red ID. So I was like contemplating if red or yellow would be better for it. But again, I could be not considering all the enemies. So we're gonna put an asterisk. We'll have a first pass of what I think is good there and come back to it. Because I think that's an important thing whenever we're talking about quests. My first impression will be very different compared to coming back with more experience. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything in terms of run value. Oh, as a reminder, Chad, to give you an idea how stupid this run is for values. So anyway, to give you an idea how stupid this run is for values, I was gonna talk about the select cloak, but can we talk about the 2 PDs? We're still on surface. Am I gonna get 3 PDs, 1 quest? Is this happening on very hard mode? Are we witnessing actual insanity happening right now? It's not drop rate week or rare item week, as a reminder to team. You bribed Ender? Damn, you right. Just tip them extra to boost the rate. If player equals streaming, drop rate equal higher, as opposed to just turning it off. There we go. I'm not gonna lie, if we do this quest a second time and we fight a rare enemy, it will be very funny to me. I got run over. But this quest actually has some pretty good general value, so even if there's nothing you're specifically looking for your characters, trade value wise, like select cloaks are like what, 15 PDs? Heavenly arms are like 1, 2 plus. Congeal cloak are a few PDs. There's like a shocking amount of value here. Photon crystals are basically PDs. This quest is nonsense, is what I'm getting at. True, unfiltered nonsense. Anyway, let me rebuff the team now that we're almost together. There we go. Yeah, we're off during the Dorfon room, but I was busy spamming. Spamming is very important to support the Dorfods. Probably could have buffed them before we went past the rock, but it is what it is. Wow. So anyway, why play Ultimate? You know what? We're gonna talk about this. I think we should talk about this. Ultimate has an item drop. Ultimate has an item drop problem. Like, chat, why even play Ultimate? Are you not convinced this is the way? Have you seen this many PDs on Ultimate? I haven't. Listen, chat, we did like full Terrell's ego clears before we don't get any PDs. We're like barely halfway through this quest and we're already like stacked. Just need to give more to Dango. Gotta distribute the wealth. But anyway, I genuinely do think though that it's a really big problem and kind of highlights where I think the Ultimate difficulty is lacking. Like, it takes longer to kill enemies, but then the reward is also kind of bad. Like, in theory, it should give you more PDs. In practice, I'm not entirely convinced, to be honest with you. And I think some of that has to do... Oh, let me go over here. And I think some of that has to do with there being some genuinely good defensive options in Blue ID in particular, where there's a lot of basic units and armors and stuff like that that are potentially useful for the player in higher difficulty that just kind of outshine a lot of the early Ultimate stuff. Like, I would rather do very hard mode Blue ID over Caves any ID. Like, to be real honest with you, and I think that kind of highlights how not good some of the item spread is. And don't get me wrong, this is not to say nerf very hard mode. It's more just rethink the other difficulties a little more. I think there's just kind of a lack of interesting hunts. And I think a lot of that has to do with, like, if you look at, like, very hard mode, especially episode 4, like, how good it is to the player, there's just a lot of generically useful items here, right? Like, you have your currencies, you have, like, class-defining weapons as well. But then, like, you go to Ultimate, and then you just get kind of, like, ultra niche, and then, like, not usable, and then, you know, stuff that's arguably weaker than what you found on very hard mode. There's just kind of a weird pacing of items. Like, are people really excited to see, like, Final Impact, like, that deep into the run? Like, I get maybe to some extent episode 4 is meant to be played, you know, after you just hit ultimate, but you need to level, so you play a higher difficulty. And, like, that's a fair assessment, because I don't think people that are fresh 40 are going to be able to clear episode 4. But at the same time, it's like, what about the areas that are meant to be played, like, somewhat decently into ultimate, when you're, like, level 100 plus, you have, like, an established mag? Like, shouldn't there be something exciting to hunt on every ID? And I feel like there's just a lot of them that are just not, that isn't true. So I'm looking at you, Green ID Mines, or like every ID that isn't Orange Sky and what is it, Yellow and Spaceship. So there definitely is like a needs improvement. You don't like DP Saber? It's just like, I understand the idea that like not every slot has to be good, but like even the items that are there are like not even better than like very hard mode counterparts. Like, I think people really need to put that back into perspective when they talk about the items, where I'm like, yes, I would rather get double Jaya chances in blue ID. I would rather a lot of the crappy blue ID items just be replaced by Jaya, like ideally. Like, yes, you have a higher chance. Oh, by the way, I couldn't figure out what the percent difference was between the difficulties. But let's say hypothetically, you know, you have like 1%, 2%, 5%, or whatever we talked about last time. Even in that event, and your only worthwhile item to hunt is Jaya, I think the big difference is that there's also just like not any interesting currencies on the same difficulties, and it's kind of a shame. Like, is the difficulty somehow less good in Ultimate compared to very hard mode? Like, there's a couple IDs that get, like, double Photon Crystal chances. But they don't get that in Ultimate. So there's, like, just general value. Like, again, I'm seeing stuff like Rappy Speak. It's good for mags and stuff like that. The very hard mode ends up being, like, really good for establishing your forces. It's got like hunter items, you know, sometimes it even has vices, but there's not usually like a million vices like there are Jayas, which can be a little disappointing. I think we looked at Forest at one point, and like hard mode and very hard mode have some interesting I think vice chances from what I remember, where there are areas where you could get more than one in the lower difficulties. So I find it interesting that it's like that, but then they decide to crud up like the higher level stuff with just bad items. So yeah, we'll do one more of these, because apparently this is like the, this is apparently PD heaven. Oh. Oh, awkward music cut. I guess it remembered where I was in the song last time, because I don't feel like that was 25 minutes. Always check the boxes. So we're gonna Razan through here. Got a Photon Crystal the other stream, just the chat is clear. Like, you could still get good stuff. So maybe, like... I don't know. I don't know what they want to do with all the bad rares. Like, are those things that should have been moved to lower difficulties? Do they just not want to move them to lower difficulties because of quote-unquote game balance? Where they don't really do much of anything on any difficulty? Like, is that necessarily a bad thing to put things like Final Impact lower? I did menu slowly there. I just wanted to make sure I didn't do ultimate. I did think about it, chat. And like, I'll give an easy example. Like, why is Cure Poison in ultimate? I will stand on this soapbox until they fix it. Remove Cure Poison from ultimate. Put a real item in there. It has no purpose in being the difficulty. There's like, what, one enemy in ultimate that poisons you? Question mark. Like, there's the flowers in episode 2, like the Barillas, not the murder flowers. It's crazy. Welcome, Darshino. Thematically accurate, yeah. It should definitely be on Delily. I agree with that fully. Hope you're doing well, Shino. We're just waiting on FrostMcG. There we go. Give him a little boost to help him towards the next level. As we stand on our soapbox briefly to talk about item value just being generally terrible. So it's just very interesting to me that, you know, things like Heavenly Arms are somewhat common on certain areas in very hard mode, but like there's no good equivalency in Ultimate. You know, there's a Q-Edit quest editor for PSO Blue Burst. I've heard of it, but I don't know where it is or how to use it. I mean, I would love to look at quests, but I don't think I know enough about it to touch it. I think I've heard people talk about it when they talk about creating quests. Yeah, it's one of those things where there are just, like, the value of the units and the currency is just, like, there's so many good things on, like, Episode 4 very hard mode. And even, honestly, to some extent, there's, like, somewhat farmable items on the lower difficulties that are decent. Like, I think I talked about before, there are, like, a handful of monster weapons that are actually good, and they're universal across some of the IDs. Like, the Grass Assassin Arms for low-level players is, like, one of the biggest power boosts you could get if you do that chain, where it has such a low requirement, and you could do it without any mags or any power leveling or anything. Like, you'll just play caves and naturally get something that if you manage to get the quest chain out of the way, you're basically set until ultimate, if not low ultimate. You know, saying I can edit weapon specials on items. Nice, more photon crystals. Rare myself was trying to make a different person experience, got someone with different things too. Nice. Well, hopefully we see our name in the future in the Ephinea quest thing. Just submit some custom quests and get some feedback. Nice level up. So far we've gotten more value in the 10-minute conversation that we've had on this topic than like 3 hours of me playing on Valentine's event PTF. Like, I'll let that sink in, chat. I literally have gotten more value in the first 10 minutes of the stream than the entirety of Valentine's event. If that doesn't tell you there's a problem with Ultimate, I don't know what else will. Go back and watch that 3.5 hours where I got literally no drops. I think maybe 1 PD total the entire time. It was bad. It was bad. Yeah, there's a problem with Ultimate for sure. Yeah, and I think some of it is just due to, like, scarcity of the item. Where, like, compare, like, some of the drop rates on very hard mode for, like, items that are almost borderline best in slot, honestly, depending on what level you are, compared to, like, the ultimate. So anyway, chat, I got 3 PDs playing on very hard mode in 28 minutes, and that includes the startup of the stream. So, like, question mark, like, I don't know why I play Ultimate anymore, I'll be real with you. Like, if this isn't proof that, like, very hard mode is better than Ultimate, I don't know what to tell you. I'm literally getting more PD value than, like, every other thing in Ultimate. The deeper stats are planning to drop if you want me to. See, I would like for some current quests to be opened up, because I'm very curious about a couple of them and why they're so weirdly done. I would love for that to be exposed. Specifically, the massive attack, random attack in episode 1. Like, if that quest is, like, solvable, or like, let's say you want to keep the secret behind how the randomness works. Let's say you want to keep that for the public, because it's not maybe healthy information. I want to know, at least in that quest, why they have a dub check room with, like, no dub switch, or if they hit the dub switch somewhere, how they did that room, so we can skip doing that. If there's something that could at least remove that, that would be such a quality of life change. so bad. Rip retract. Huh? How did I miss retract with the whatever? I guess he's still reviving. So yeah, like I literally got more PDs than like several hours of ultimate. And I think some of it has to do with like, obviously as you come back through with high level characters, you're gonna clear very hard mode faster. But at the same time, it's like, there's just a lot of drops that are worth doing here. Just got to 1800 PDs and weapon percent now. You mean like you edited it or you found that many PDs? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have that much in terms of weapon grinds. Mostly because I play too many characters, so I lose a lot of value spreading it out. I don't enjoy high-level characters. I enjoy, like, they're at max stat, but still have a while to go, if that makes sense. They're like your 160s. I've never totaled up my gear PDs, other than a lot. But anyway, yeah, I just really hope they rethink some of the areas. Green ID Mines needs a complete rework. It's like, I really don't understand why you would ever play that. Spaceship on most IDs need a complete rework. I would say like the closest to being balanced well, weirdly, is Ultimate Episode 4. I would say Sky ID probably still needs a little bit of a touch-up on like surface. And White ID is also kind of a weird place there, where they're like, they have like a very niche run, but like that's about it. So I wouldn't mind if they just did things like they could more consistently get like, I don't know, some useful armors, like aside from the box drops, if they had access to Lieutenant Mantle and a couple other things more easily. Like, listen, if they're okay with putting Kasami Bracer on 2 different enemies on one ID, you might as well just put some of the other ones, double it up. So yeah, it's just one of those things where, I don't know. It's just very funny to me that there's like so many bad items in Ultimate, and then like honestly, when you really sit down and compare the items and like the what they do to the run in like hard mode and very hard mode, like normal mode is like whatever, like you're not expecting anything crazy from that, but like when you finally start to get unlocks of any kind of decent value, how much better the lower difficulties are at giving you items is kind of wild to me. Granted, some of them have like super atrociously funny and terrible drop rates. Like, I want to say there's like a pink ID 1 in 2800 chance mines enemy for like Fire Scepter or something insane, and then it's like 1 in 200 on the next difficulty. Like, there's definitely some, like, we'll call it PSO jank that's left over. That is just kind of like, why is it like this? But overall, I do think the items in a lot of the areas are just better on very hard mode. Which is a weird statement because, like, you should have access to things like Flame to Argent and you have access to, like, V101. But for there to be just, like, genuinely dead areas in the IDs is kind of baffling to me. It's like, okay, if I play very hard mode, like, six plus enemies are relevant in my hunt, and I'll take any drop from any of them. But then, like, you'll go to, like, I don't know, like, pink ID in most areas, and it'll be like, okay, unless you're playing jungle or, like, episode 4 underground, enjoy your 2 drops. And they're kind of hard to achieve on top of that. Something else. Using LNK38 is very fun with 3 combos. You must be talking about editing the weapons, because I don't think you could do that normally. But anyway. Get rid of these guys. Rip retract. I tried so hard to wrestle you before you died. But you died, like, literally, and I got smacked by the same thing. Literally, as I thought about it. So sad. Rip retract. I don't... Chino's going on some hot take with Dark LNK, and I'm not following it at all. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think you should really touch stuff like that, to be honest with you. You hear the statement that sword guys have enough is a... Like, I could set on fire for that take. Like, I don't think that's true at all, but that's fine. I think hunters are some of the worst classes. Unless you're HUcast, then you're okay. Get rid of these. they're like borderline unplayable. They have like 2 good weapons and that's it. So I'm like, yes, all of their good swords, Flame to Argent, Dark Flow. Maybe Jazai if we're being generous. Yeah, melee definitely needs some big buffs. And I think a lot of that just has to do with, like, kind of disappointing. Oh, well, yeah, if we want to extend to just melee in general, then yeah, Jaya. But you said swords, that's why I was like, yeah, they barely use anything. Yeah, like they have all these Ubers, they're just not good. It's like they just don't do anything. Welcome remote. Yeah, it's like you'll never use Lava's Cannon and Lava's Blade for the most part. At least you won't use it for ATP. Back to you guys should rely on charge ray gun says it all. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like when the HUcast's like best in slot is charge ray gun, that really says everything. Okay, let's switch over to... Well, now that I got my 3 PDs, I guess we'll switch over to trying the HBR. Give a little boost to FrostMcG's other character. Chad humored me on very hard mode briefly. Don't mind me, just putting like 5 hours of work in Ultimate in the first 30 minutes out of the way. So now we can do whatever, honestly. Like, mission accomplished. I don't even have to do anything else. I could get literally no drops for the next 2 hours, and I'd be okay with it. Like, okay. But yeah. Oh. Everybody's spinning around. So let me check the enemy counts real quick. So Silent after Image 1 has 34 Boomas and 42 Demians, which are Disco Brave Man. There's not a lot of really good... other kinds of drops, I guess. Like, Barbarous Wolf is kind of low in count, but it is technically a Heart of item. So I guess in theory, you would just play Red ID here. So I'll just play a Red ID Force or something. Don't mind me. So let's try the quest, see how we feel about it. I'm not going to claim I know the best ID for this quest, since I played it maybe twice total since it's been out. I remember being kind of on the fence about it, since I couldn't think of a reason I would do it over other Disco Greatman hunts. But I think this is the most value you can get from it. There's no Hill Detours in the quest, just to be clear. But like, that isn't even in consideration. So it's more like, who is generally good ones? And there's not like enough Deldies for like Heaven Striker either. And because there's nothing to hunt for Blue ID in Forest, there's no reason to really do this on Blue ID. But I think Red ID is one of the better ones. I would have to kind of look at the numbers more if I thought Yellow ID was better. Because Yellow ID also has a pretty solid kind of, you know, multiple enemies in Forest give value, as does like Red ID. So we'll give it a shot. I don't remember very much about this quest, because it has been a while since we played. Since the music paused itself for some reason, let's just skip to the next song. Oh, LNK 38 combat is really good. You just need hit percentage. It is like one of the better weapons for Q-Cast and Q-Conceal. And it's still pretty useful on HUMar. I like it in solo play versus like Lilies. Yeah, it's really good for finishing off like a lot of solo targets. You'll see it used in like time attacks. Well, they'll wipe a room, and if there's like 6 enemies in a wave, they'll just swap into it. Okay, 38 combat with 40 hit is pretty good, says Promethean. Yeah, I would agree. I've even had it with just enemy percents, and honestly on Q-Conceal, for solo, I wouldn't use it in multiplayer, but in like no-hit single player with things like freeze traps and stuff like that, I found it very useful. Sometimes I just want to delete an enemy. It's one of those weapons that scales extremely well with enemy percentage too. And it's naturally high ATP for a multi-hit weapon. So we'll give FrostMcG a little bit of time. I think they're switching characters. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll try the HBR, which, as a reminder, or RBR, I keep saying HBR. My mind's thinking about that because I was thinking about the quest guide a while back. Where I believe you would probably just play Pink ID or White ID or Sky ID for Sweep Up Operation. It's just your standard Lily or Rappies, because Sweep Up Operation 5 is Temple. War Limits 4, I think, is another Red ID only. So honestly, I might just stick as this character and just go to the next area. Should probably grab a Cycle 1 though. Yeah, I think the big problem with like Hunter is that it's just kind of hard to... There's weapons where the specials are just so strong that a small or even medium stat boost over the standard items is not worth just using the other item at any point. Oh. Do I not have a Cycle Wand in here? Who did I leave it on? That's annoying. Unless it's on this character already. It's not. I'd prefer not to do a quest without Cycle Wand. Give me one moment. Who was I using last? Oh, you know what? It's probably on my Viridian Mage. Give me one moment, chat. I'm gonna swap out to it. Gonna remake the game. I'm like, I'll leave Commander Blade on her. It might as well just be her permanent item, to be honest with you. I play Red ID TTF so much. Might as well just leave it on. Yeah, let me go grab that weapon and we'll restart. The downside of not having enough Ubers. Hope you're doing well, everybody. Oh. Not on him either. Is it on my orange ID character? Just thinking about it. Oh, you know what? It could be on Boydana. I think that was the last thing that we did. I had to cycle through what we were doing last. Because I'm like, I know we were fishing for TTF, but I think technically he might have my cycle once. Could you imagine if they cut this load time down somehow? that would be the quality of life things. When you're just trying to get to your characters. Oh man, if that had like no load time. Especially somebody that swaps pretty often. What? Alright, I have no idea where it is if he doesn't have it. 1 second. Something weird happened. Ephinea, please stop asking me to identify the traffic light. I just want to do the character search. It was giving me those stupid prompts where I'm like, let me pick it up and figure out where it is. It is on... Oh, it's on my orange ID. Oh, right, we didn't do yellow ID. At the end, we did orange ID. That makes sense. Thank you, Barkeep, for resubscribing. Hope you're doing well. You know, saying it was cool. I randomly ran into a new friend on here, stopping by, playing got him to join Ephinea. Explained to him how much Outworld Circs sucks and has minus 20 ATA on anything. I don't really know much about Ultima, to be honest with you. Like, having not played it and having no interest in playing it at this point, I'm not able to really say anything one way or another. I'm not willing to say the server is bad. I've never played it, so I don't know. You real cash to buy great items? Yeah, that doesn't sound like my kind of thing. This away. Yeah, as I said before, I don't play, so I have like I have no skin in the game, as it were. I never played it. Yeah, see, like, I see stuff in that chat, and I'm like, I don't know if that's true, but I also don't really want to explore it. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm in a weird scenario / stance with that. Like, where is this minus 20 ATA thing coming from? Make another one. Okay, this time I can go get my item. So I think I'm good team now. Sorry about the delay for the cycle 1. There we go. Cycle 1 time. Yeah, I'll leave the topic at, I don't have a reason to switch off of Ephinea because I generally like a lot of the custom quests and a lot of the changes to the server. I think item balance is still a little weird. I think some areas are very well done, where I want to be able to walk away and say, I will play an area with most IDs, and there is something worth hunting. And there are areas that I feel like that is true, but at the same time, like, especially in like episode 2, I'm just like, why would I ever play this area? So I definitely think there's some weird gaps. I think some people might even list Ruins in episode 1 in that level. I think Mines is particularly egregious on Green ID. After the nerf, it's like, why even play that ID in that area ever? You have no reason to go there. Crazy. Oh, just waiting for the others to rejoin. So it's one of those things where, I don't know. I don't know if the solution is to just give like items with incredibly low drop chance in general. If they want to have better items so there's more enemies that are impacted by the boosts, or in general just subbing out some of the bad items and moving them to lower difficulty, even if it's just like a box drop or something, just to say that it's in the game. Just like one of those things where I don't know if it would really impact the runs very much, to be honest with you. Or just make them like Uber items on like normal and hard mode, where some of the enemies don't even have anything. Anyway, let's try. Oh, that's what it was called. So this thing is still not in the quest tracker, by the way, on the Ephinea wiki. So I was trying to remember what this was called. It's like, it's not Chrono Trial, it's something similar. Anyway, let's try the silent after image and see what we think of the quest again. So this will go between Forest and Ruins. I think when we first did this, I don't remember if I had a 4-man party. There were a couple times we tried new quests, only had 2 people. I think some of the experience was a little jaded by that. But like right now, I'm not seeing like a crazy... Speaking of Disco Brave Man, I'm not seeing like a crazy spawn here. Excuse me. Yeah, so like generally when we're talking about quests that I like or dislike, I think a lot of it has to come down to enemy density. So right now this quest has a lot of walking and I'm not seeing like a ton of enemies. So I'm kind of hoping there's like a payoff at some point. Like this is a little better, right? Like stuff is coming out while the moth is attacking. Like that's good. But for quests that only have like 1 or 2 enemies in a wave, those tend to not be very exciting for me. I prefer like, personally I prefer like a very large amount, but not like every wave should be like 12 enemies kind of deal. Interesting war. Heal the team real quick. Rid of these. Like, I think for me, like, especially if you're considering, I guess 3 kind of makes sense for a lot of numbers for quests. Like, that's the lowest I'd go per wave, because you have to put it this way. Like, if you're assuming you're either going to be a force with all hunters or all rangers, everybody should have something to fight. So whenever you just have, like, 2 enemies in a wave, that feels pretty terrible. So I think the lowest I would want to see in a spawn is 3 enemies. So that way every player has, like, their quote-unquote assigned duty. So I do think forces shine in area, even in forests, where there's like potentially 12 plus enemies in a spawn, and like 8 of them are weak to a specific ailment. Nice to skip right, man. Too bad no hit. But like, I don't really have anything to do as a force right now, is what I'm saying. So like, from this standpoint, it's not very exciting as the force standpoint. It's like a hunter ranger, this is fine. But there's nothing for me to, like, I'm not really Gafoi stacking anything, and there's no point to Gafoi stacking. Right, they just kind of put Rappies in the corners. I don't know. Seems we have a door over here. I guess I'll go this way. Nice Sacred Claw. Even more perfect than Soda Boys? I don't know about that. I think he puts in a lot of work, and I think a lot of it definitely shines in. So let's remember that, like, some of it is nitpicking. But just to be clear, there are a lot of really good positive changes, and we've talked about it on other streams. There are a lot of really good things that have happened recently. Damage canceling being probably the biggest one that impacts every run. But I do feel from, like, a server health standpoint, I'm very curious what they're going to be doing with the anniversary event, in particular RBR. I don't want to harp on that topic forever, but like honestly, if they do because we did this technically off video, so I'm going to put this on video so I could be on record on my video, that if they do anniversary event the same way that they did last year, I'm probably not playing. Like, I might play the last week just to be like, oh, you know, I want to play these quests a couple times before they leave. But, like, I'm not putting in, like, 2-3 weeks of game time for it. I was very unthrilled with the implementation last time. Like, I was willing to give it a chance. It went about where I thought it would. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that if you base the system on something like the Hunter's Boost Road, where a lot of it was you personally did the grind and you personally got the bonus, that was less of an issue. But when it was like everybody had to grind towards one target, but other people didn't have to participate, but could just do nothing but forest runs and take the bonuses from other players, that is a bad feeling. That is a really, really bad feeling, and I do not want to see that return this year. Like, I'm all for adding, like, the Hunter Boost Road mechanic of you clear X quests, you get rewarded. In fact, I was recommending, I think on the previous stream, some kind of milestone, either for the year, that can only be applied by playing RBR quests. And whether it's a consumable point, or just literally you have a number of points, and it lasts until X day on a reset. That'd be one of the things. I mean, like, people were talking about how there's nothing to do in the summer. Why don't you just have the points reset in the summer? Right? So, like, if people want to get that early boost, then you have, like, a summer, like, the quote-unquote summer reset. Right? Like, you could make it a thing. Like, I'm just, like, it doesn't have to be, like, the craziest event ever kind of deal. So that way, nobody's worrying about their points resetting because they're playing the New Year's event, and it doesn't make sense to reset during New Year's event. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise you're just kind of squeezing it between, like, a lot of somewhat close together holidays, and a lot of them are running at, like, literally the tail end of the year and the beginning of the year simultaneously. So there's not really a good place to do it other than the summer, where it could be right before the anniversary event, it resets. Do you know what I mean? Like, that would make a lot of sense if they wanted to do seasonal things. And then it would even be in the frame of, like, on the Ephinea birthday thing, it resets. So anyway, I'm curious what they'll end up doing in terms of improving RBR. I think right now there's a lot of quests on there that are just kind of... Hey, what was the point of this? Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll work back over here. I guess if something died over there, I guess. Yeah, it's one of those things where I definitely want to see some improvements. And I whether it's like they want to introduce a semi-HBR thing, but it's like spread out, so that way it's not like you have to grind in a month. You got a Blight quest that you don't really enjoy. Just say like, well, okay, if you don't like that month, so you could just do it another month and go towards the bonus. Or you're playing, you know, the event quests, and all of them count towards the bonus anyway. I don't think anybody would have any problems with that. Yeah, I would like to see them do kind of mini events. I don't think they have to have, like, stat boosts. I think that's a bit much of an ask. But I think it would be interesting if you had more, once they start getting more used to things like the Omnispawn and opening up more quests to that, if they wanted to start introducing those into existing events, and then potentially, like, a June, July... like start of summer fun time, like their themed episode 2 beach quests or something like that. I would be okay with that, honestly, to just give you something else to run. So if they wanted to have like a quote-unquote seasonal quest that would be available, and then that would be the quest that they would add to HBR, for example, I'd be okay with it. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think over time we'll start to see more, I would say, fleshed out quest development. They got rid of a lot of the, not a lot, but they got rid of some of the earlier quests that were created on Ephinea. So not everything that was built, you know, 8 years ago, for example, is around today to play. Some of it for being overpowered, some of it for being kind of unfun. I'm going to be honest with you, if there's a quest that they should absolutely delete, and I would take literally almost anything in any area, as long as it had a somewhat dense number, I think chat knows what custom quests I would remove from the game. It has no purpose of being there. I'll let chat guess by the time we finish this run. But there is one in particular that has no business in being in Ephinea in 2025, I'll be honest with you. It's one of those ones where I'm like, oh. Every once in a while, I'll give a hint, every once in a while, I go into the episode 1 quest list and I'm like, oh right, that's still here. I'm just like, they got rid of like the episode 4 heavy enemy spawn quest because it was being used for experience, and they didn't like the feeling of people playing that one quest for XP. Which to me is kind of weird, because I feel like there's always going to be quests that are like that. Like, I don't know about you, I don't think I think maybe I was an outlier, but like, I never really played TTF to level. I've always played episode 4. And like, I got introduced into episode 2 later, once I had better gear. But like, when I'm genuinely going from 1 to 80, it's like I've always done episode 4. Outside of my first character solo, where I just didn't have any gear to do it, episode 4 is the way, I'll be real with you. Whether it was like Massive Attack B, or Beyond the Horizon, or even, honestly, to some extent, just the boss quest. Or Black Paper Deals 2 with the Photon Crystals, or, you know, modern days would be more all of the Halloween cookies. When I first played, the Halloween cookies weren't a thing, so like that's why I didn't use those to level. They were introduced later. Nice Disco Braveland. Nice. Yeah. I don't know, Chad. And as I said before, I think the Omnispawn quests fill kind of a niche to get the quest feeling more fresh. So I think there are some quests that offer like random rooms. I kind of wish they got touched up just a little bit more. There are a lot of gimmick rooms in this quest, I'm noticing. Dark rooms, some poison. How I feel about it. The quest is at least moving a little faster. But this is what I'm kind of talking about. Like, why are there like 2 of spawns in here? This quest would be amazing if every... Oh, there's also healing circle here for some reason. Let the team get that. So I don't know. This quest in particular, I don't know what I would rate. But I think there are some really good examples of custom quests where, like, I feel like they're almost like... I don't want to use the word iconic, but I feel like they really define what the episode could have been, where they introduce mechanics that are just so different than PSO, yet fit within the mold of PSO. You have things like your Endless Episode 1 and 2, which are just kind of like extended boss rush, which is what I feel like RT was trying to do and failed absolutely miserably in being a quest. How much more fun it is to play Endless over RT is quite something. Or you have all the Penumbral Surge series, which, aside from 5, is there. Fragments of Memory introduced the best mechanic. That was a mechanic. That quest, honestly, if they got rid of it, I would at least want them to replace it with something that had a good amount of sorcerers. Because I do think there are enemies that are really hard to hunt, and a lot of the Episode 2 enemy counts are just bad from, like, a vanilla quest standpoint. Like, I'll give you an easy challenge. Oh, it's my Volclaw hunt? Exactly. So it's one of those things where it's like, what quest in Episode 2 has the most sorcerers? And then how long does it take for you to reach the sorcerers? And I feel like the answer is like 8+ minutes before you can hunt certain enemies. And I feel like to some extent you see that... Oh, disappointed Disco Prey, man. I think you see a little bit of that with... like Goron Detonator. Goron Detonator is another enemy where it's a fair drop on what it is, but there's not a lot of enemies outside of special events that do anything. Have I been walled off? I have. Briefly. Get out of here, walls. So I'm hoping that the Omnispawn quests will kind of add freshness. I think there's a lot of quests where they have random enemy spawns and or random rooms that I think are pretty interesting, but I think some of them need like a little bit of a buff. Like, they're so close to being like worth doing, but then sometimes you'll just get really bad rooms and then you'll have like nothing of value. And again, maybe that's just due to drop chart problems. Maybe the enemy counts are actually fine, but it's just... there's just a lot of enemies that are absolute duds in Ultimate. So take that with a grain of salt. There's a couple of ways you could solve that particular issue. But yes, I would like to see custom quests allow you to get access to enemies you cannot normally get to, or to kind of cover the gaps in the current enemy spawns in general. Because I do think there is a big problem with just even reaching certain enemy types. Buff time. Oh, side note. Yeah, and I think there's like cool architecture they could do here. Like, I like the red warp with the stacked warps. Dango got an O. Yeah. So I think there's things that they could do with like the tile set that's kind of interesting. So I want to see more stuff like that. And I think Penumbral Search is a good idea of like mechanics you don't normally see in PSO, like running laps through CCA, and then the CCA area changes even though it's the same place because it rearranges the laser warps. Like, there are some really cool ideas in there. Or like how in Temple it's basically 2 squads roll through and they meet up occasionally so that the party force can rebuff them. and then you have, like, if you get through the split areas, you fight a more enemy-dense finisher. Like, that's the kind of quest design that I want to see if they're going to be doing more custom quests. I'm not exactly the most excited about time trials. And again, you know, I'm not the audience for that, and that's fine. But from, like, a casual perspective, I kind of want something more to do other than just be like, I guess I will see how fast I can clear with my Uber weapons, because I don't care about drops anymore. I kind of hope that they find a nice middle ground with it. We're going to go ahead and skip one of the, skip one of the RBRs, because I'm going to be playing Red ID anyway. Let's do episode 4. So War Limits 4 is kind of a weird quest to me. I remember playing this quest when I first played the game, and basically did not touch it for a while. I remember there being kind of evil Gertabulu spawns at the very end. If I remember correctly, it's very similar to New Mop-Up Operation 4, where there's basically that horrible inner desert maze. I think it's very similar to this. I remember a long time ago, I got confused. I was like, wow, there's no Gertabulu in the quest, and then I realized I think I was thinking of this quest. So there's some... What I'm getting at is there's some very questionable vanilla quests, and I'm kind of hoping that we see different game design approaches. Whether it's like the density of the spawns or like proper positioning of enemies in like the tower quest, in Omnispawn, and honestly the anniversary quests. So I hope we see more of the late game Ephinea quests and less of the and less Mine Offensive. Hashtag please don't play Mine Offensive, that quest is terrible. That quest is something, Chad, let me tell you. Like, I don't know. Do people really find it fun to deal with Megan traps that take like 17 plus weapon hits to kill? Do people really enjoy that? Like, honest question. Like, not even memeing. Like dead serious. Like, I don't know why some of this is here other than just to be terrible. Show to Rifo emerge here. So I was double checking something with the item boxes and drop chances. So one thing I don't think I ever talked about on stream, and that looking at the claws reminded me. Enemies basically rotate through a 33% chance of dropping one of 3 things: money, tools, or their set drop if they fail the rare item chance, right? So the reason why like we fight things like claws is because if it fails the rare item chance, we have a chance of just getting a weapon guaranteed. So like every enemy has a chance of dropping, excuse me, one type of item, in addition to dropping a random tool or dropping the Seta. So I think there's a lot of layers to whether a quest is useful or not, because there's a lot of mechanics that are extremely not visible to the end user. And you can sit there and try to memorize everything. And you'll see that come up more, I want to say, when you're playing challenge mode. To understand what enemies can actually drop you items is useful to know. It's not guaranteed, but if you're looking for, like, a saber, it's good to know which of the enemies actually drop weapons that are worth killing. But I think from that standpoint, when we have those kinds of breakdowns for the drops in general, I almost wonder... Oh, dead player. I almost wonder if, with the complexity of the drop chance, and to the point where it's changed between a couple of years, because they want to make sure that you always have a chance of getting event items, even if it doesn't pass the drop anything rate. Which I didn't know, by the way, until recently that they changed it to do that. Did you know that, chat, by the way? That if it fails the drop anything rate, it'll still roll event items? Damn, I got baited. Also, hashtag please lock all these doors. Lock the episode 4 doors. Hashtag lock those doors. Like, please. If you want a quality of life change for episode 4, stop leaving these doors open that don't go anywhere. This and Sweep Up, or not Sweep Up, New Mop-Up Operation 4 bother me so much. I'm like, listen, I don't understand your maze. Just don't make me memorize the maze. Are we going back into the maze here? Okay, we are this time. On the plus side, at least the experience is decent. Oh yeah, see people that play New Mop Up 3 are like, oh, I know where this is. They're like, oh, wait a minute. There's all sorts of bad traps here. Also, apparently the insects are attacking us. Remember, chat, we put the little warp in the middle. So now chat I think might understand why I get confused between this quest and New Mop Up 3. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Why are there so many doors that don't go anywhere? What is this quest? Right? Like, it's similar but different. Like, what's going on? So stuff like this, I want to see removed from quests. I know. Like, why was there just like a 40-second taunt in the middle of the quest? Like, honest question. So there's some very questionable vanilla designs. So I don't know if I want people to go down to the, you know, thinking about whether a certain enemies drops set weapons level of quest design is more what I was getting at, where Endless Nightmare 4, for example, is very good at getting common weapons. I don't know if I really want another competitor in episode 4. Like, there's an episode 1 and an episode 2. They technically could make one for episode 4 if they really wanted to. But I'm more looking along the lines of what kind of enemies are kind of well positioned. Are quests thinking about force elemental weaknesses? Like, is everything weak to fire? Are there rooms that are clearly meant for Grafoi stacking? Does Grafoi act as like a shutdown to some of the bad enemies? Like for example, anything involving murder flowers, is it possible to lock down every murder flower with a Grafoi? Or are they too far away from each other? Can we please avoid having the cross-formation murder lilies? Can we please stop putting those in quests so that way you can play with less than 3 people? The bait is real. Can we not have teleporting Epsilon? Can we not do Mega Traps? Like, I think there's ways you can make quests fun without them making them feel... I guess the lack of better term is ROM hacky, where this doesn't feel like a reasonable person would do this, and it feels more like a troll than something else. Yeah, please no teleporting Epsilons. I don't really find those fun at all, on any difficulty for any reason. Well, anyway, chat can now understand when I play this quest why I got super confused playing New Mop Up, because I used to play this a lot more than New Mop Up, because I just didn't know about New Mop Up. Oh my gosh, the dead end and then you gotta walk back, that's brutal. I thought it was the next teleport. I failed you all, I'm sorry. I was gonna comment they had similar points where you needed to telepipe back into the main room. But alas. I guess I'll put a safety telepipe going forward. There might be one more. It has been quite a while since I played it. At least there's a healing circle there, I guess. Question mark. Exclamation mark, I hate it. Yeah, I remember kind of playing this and going, not a quest I super recommend, for obvious reasons. I'll probably put this in the don't recommend. Where, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it when it comes to, like, the on-figure enemy count. But one thing I want to see removed in the custom quest going forward, please don't make us walk for, like, 30 years and do nothing. Please don't. Please don't justify the use of auto-walk. Whereas people like to meme on this quest series, they call it walk-up limits. And it is true, there's just a lot of dead time for no reason. Like, just put enemies in between you and the destination, and then it would be better. Give players something to do other than hold forward. What a shame. But anyway, I think it's important to highlight these kinds of quests, so that way when chat wonders why I play a more limited set of quests, I'll go like, these are some of the alternatives. What do you want me to do? I'm not playing these. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely was trying to think if it was up or left there. At least I know we can't miss a warp here. 40 minutes of walking, what a thrill. Was it through silence and darkness in the night? Something like that. Nice level up. On the plus side, Grimlock is getting up there in levels. You can already face tank Fall's swipe quite a bit. We might make it up to chat by just playing a little bit of TTF. Chat's humoring me on these weird. Well, they're in RBR, but still weird quest choices. There's something. So I might do some of those. Although, as I said before, I've been growing fond of the random attacks. So if there is like if I had to prioritize a list of quests I would want to see in PSO, that would potentially trickle into categories of event only versus general play. I would like to see a general play quest that gets to Ogaflow faster than just doing normal mode. I would like normal mode Seabed to not be the most efficient way to do a quest. I don't feel like that should be a tall order, right? Can we just have better RT? The bosses themselves don't even give any interesting items other than Gal Griffin. Just give me like a Gal Griffin Ogaflow quest that is about on par with just doing Seabed, and I'd be okay with that. Like, it shouldn't be like 4 minutes and you reach Falls equivalency, right? Like, there should still be a little bit of work towards it. But in the meantime, justify that time difference by making you fight actually interesting enemies. Like, what if you had a decent amount of, like, Ol and Zol Gibbons? Instead of just rooms full of keys that don't do anything. Because that's the thing, too. Where, like, Pink ID would be, like, so fun to do in, like, RT, but, like, none of the enemies match up for it. So could we have, like, a pink version of RT? Where it just has some of those monsters? I have no idea where we're going. I see a button, though. I'm touching that button before I go in that warp, though. Alright, now I think we're gonna come in. Oh, no, you missed the button. I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned the button earlier. I'm so sorry. Well, anyway, prepare to get Gerda Bouloned. Since there's 3 in the quest, and I think at one point they just pull you into the gap. And again, I think in terms of like quest structure, if we're gonna have more vanilla quests, I'm okay with it discouraging like heavy resets. I don't think the quest should be front-loaded. I don't think we should just have a room of like 50 enemies and then you reset because it's like the best thing ever. I like that concept of if you play for a few minutes, then you get to like the beat. So it's like a, you know, the ascending scale of difficulty. You know, if you want to do some very quick resets, maybe it would still be applicable, but that's not the intent. The intent is like, I have dedicated 8 minutes potentially towards a quest. Where's my payoff? And I think you see that done actually pretty well, shockingly, in the random massive attack. Like, it feels so good to go through, like, a already somewhat high enemy density area to then get to, like, one of the bonus rooms. Where, like, there are a lot of really good enemies paired together that are not normally paired together. But you gotta work for it. And unfortunately, in that case, it's more RNG, which is a bit unfortunate, whether you get the bonus room. But you'll also see that to some extent in, like, Penumbral Surge 1. Where, like, you have the split up of the party going through Temple. Oh, the Gerda Bulu about to destroy me. There should be a pair of Gerda Bulus later. And they like to pull you across the gap into death. I think it's the next time we go through. Look at all these evil insects. I'm ready to get paralyzed, chat, by the way. Oh, wow, they didn't paralyze me. That's rare. Yeah, like here, like, there's a lot of Goron detonators. Like, this is almost a quest that would be fun for Excal. It just takes a little too long to get to them. Like, the payoff isn't good enough. Like, I like the idea that you're fighting on the way there, but there's, like, just literally too few enemies to kind of justify this quest. Like, I actually kind of like this last part. I like the idea behind it, but it's just not executed that well, unfortunately. And some of it just has to do, like, why was there, like, that 20-second walking section? Couldn't you just warped us a little further? You annihilated the enemy. So yeah, that would be like your lame to Argent hunt on Sky ID between events. And that kind of showcases like how dire it is. If this is like the best, one of the best ways to fight them. Not the best. I think New Mop Up 3 I think is a little better. They have more enemies in general. Limited away Psycho Wand. We'll switch to Pink ID. Getting body blocked. I'll leave Commander Blade on this character. I don't think I'm doing episode 2. Saves me some time later. I'll just sort so that I see it. So if I don't see it at the top of the list, I won't think that I have it. Okay, so we'll finish up RBR, and then I guess we'll do TTF/XCal runs, I guess. So maybe we'll do one Pink ID just to say we did it. Then we do another Phantasmal World into TTF. Does that sound fair? Gotta get Dango that lame to Argent chance every stream. The more red ring doesn't hurt. So like overall war limits is like, okay. Sunlit After Image, again, like I'd say like you could probably run it, but I'm not really excited to play it. It has some interesting like level design, like in terms of like tile placement, but overall just not enough enemies to keep me interested. I didn't think about what quest it was for a second. I was like, wait a minute. I was gonna say, it should be Temple. I passed the episode 2 check. Do I remember what door to turn to? The true test of whether or not you played episode 2. Or you believe in the 50-50. Yeah, like compare how dense this room is to the other quests. You see what I mean? Like, this is already, like, an amazing start. Can we agree? Like, this is the kind of... I want to get that kind of burst of enemies in one room kind of thing. Like, not every hallway needs, like, a ton of enemies. Like, so you can have a little bit of downtime here. But give me, like, the 3 to 4 waves in a room. And not just, like, 1 or 2 enemies. Yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see in a quest. Like, I would have preferred probably, like, 1 more wave in here, honestly. But, you know, nothing egregious has happened. And I like that they spawned the moth birds before we got there. I want to say this might be a custom quest. Because I feel like it's doing things that regular PSO wouldn't do. Because I know for a while there were, like, quote-unquote, incomplete series. So there weren't, like, a lot of retrieval quests for episode 2, for example. Like, this might also be one where they just kind of completed the series. Yeah, like, I'm not a fan of this kind of room. So, this kind of room I'm okay with there only being, like, 1 spawn. And then we just move on. To say that we were here, and then never do them again. Oh, I think my fireball didn't hit them, that's a shame. I did put it out, it wore off. So yeah, less of these rooms. Hopefully we leave the maze very soon, and this is the last one that we need to do. Yeah, I don't know what the obsession is. Wow, that's rude. I don't know what the obsession is with this style of room. I for one, definitely do not like them. If they want to have, like, 1, I'm not going to say it's going to ruin the quest, but definitely, like, a big speed issue. Like, the 2 Rappies just over here. Like, again, they're kind of in numbers where Hunters would still be good. Ooh, that's a fun shotgun kind of room. Sadly, no 50 in there. Get demons. I think this room can be interesting. I just prefer not for it to be always Lily. I like the idea of like somebody coming in here and taking some shots at enemies. See, deep down, Chad, I knew what it was gonna spawn in here. I'm like, listen, I might have played a little bit of episode 2. I'm a little bit of an episode 2 player myself. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, oh my god, see that room? I'm like, I know what you're gonna put in here. Listen. Okay, they mostly spawned this one on time. So they tried to do some cute spawn tricks with this. They tried. Now we really need some big enemies. Come on, give us like 3 waves in here to make up for this delay. Okay. So they're spawning more Mothbirds, which is okay, but give us more. Okay. Getting a little more. Just one more wave. Take it home. Give us one more wave. Okay. So now I'm satisfied with the room. If it gives us more, I call that extra credit. Like, if you're in a big room, there should be big fights. Oh, this is perfect. So now we're just kind of in the brawl, as it were. Melee. Put a little happy Kapoe trap there. So again, this is the kind of... So this is making me happier. This is more what I want to see in terms of quests. Where it's not necessarily like, oh, it's just 50 of the best enemies. It's just like a lot of enemies. But there's also ones that are clearly paced out or spaced out for like hunters. Where there's like 2 enemies on one side, 2 enemies on the other. So there's, you know, some advantage to having a gun, but melee and right position equals just as good. That's the kind of character design that I want to see in the quest. I don't want to just see, like, complete BS patterns of, like, quad murder Lily in terms of difficulty. But I like having enemies that are logically grouped together. Like, they had the lilies on the end, and they had, like, some of the bigger enemies in the middle. Where it's, like, the threats are not, like, randomly interspersed. So if people want to snipe certain targets, they can. Yeah, like this is a room where I would expect at least 5 or 6 waves. When a room is this big, I like this room as like the finisher in quests, and I think Penumbral Surge 1, again, we're gonna give credit where credit is due, was very good at using this room. So I want to see like basically two teams of 2 tackling the different sides, which is really nice, right? It's not just strictly about ranger advantage over everything. Like hunters can have a good time here with melee weapons due to how close some of the enemies are spawning. And similarly, if you have like a party of all rangers, you could still have somebody basically in the middle of the bridge, and they could kind of switch hit what side they're supporting. So being able to like do those kinds of things and taking advantage of the tile sets with the spawns is pretty exciting. So yeah, overall, even though this quest doesn't have a lot of value because it's temple, I do actually like this quest so far. So of the 3 that we played, I'm happy we revisited this one, because this is more of what I want to see. So same kind of concept where you're fighting a bunch of enemies, where you're not necessarily just shotgunning the whole room, which, don't get me wrong, that is fun, but there needs to be ones where you feel excited as a force to play, or there's rooms that are like, oh cool, you know, the ranger is shotgunning this, but if I stand back here, I could take out the big bad threat. And you'll see that with like Zeus spawns and Goron detonators in episode 4. Like that's the kind of stuff that I want to see, where somebody is really thinking about, you know, how will a team comp generally work. Like another great example where we just have like a threat blocked by like weaker enemies, so hunters would be able to cleave through, or like forces could potentially stun lock into a room. there's like a lot to focus on, where I could potentially stunlock with Rafoi there, like I just did to buy time. So there's stuff that even I can do as a force, even if it's not tech damage. And granted, not like every episode gives you, you know, I don't necessarily have to stunlock as a force for every area, but like, you'll see that with lilies, you'll see it with murder flowers. Anything that is insta-kill or is generally threatening, it's good to stunlock. Or again, like, see how like all the enemies, like, the threats are just kind of one big threat and then a bunch of like trash mobs. So it's like the ranger is really good at just taking out like all these things, or potentially sniping like this indie Belra on the other side of the door, right? These are the kinds of things I want to see. But there's like 3 Rappies here. They're in perfect formation for melee weapons as a hunter. So I feel like this quest is actually surprisingly decent for hunters. Because I can't say that about every quest in PSO. There are some quests that feel absolutely terrible to be hunter in. But I think this one would actually be pretty fun as hunter. Just based off of how I'm seeing the enemy spawns. And there's enough for me to do as a force that I'm not bored. Like Silent, after Image 1, I had nothing to do as a force. Like I don't even need to debuff because it's forest. And there just weren't enough enemies to like keep me invested. Ruins I like occasionally had to debuff, I guess. Yeah. Here's another great example where since we're waiting for the Rappies to wake up, I love seeing enemies to fight while we wait for the Rappies to wake up. And then having easy access to a door afterwards is kind of nice. So if we're a little slow on clear, we fight them normally. Nice. Yeah, another room where I want to see a whole bunch of enemies. So like this quest would be averaging about 100 XP a second, maybe like 105 with our clear speed. But since it would be an HBR, it would be normally like 125-ish. So I think that's about right? Like that's a good, that's an average quest in PSO. But now we're starting to get like, a lot of enemy waves back to back to back. This is what I want to see. Yeah, there we go. Hit me with these waves. That's what I wanted. That's what I want in PSO quests. Don't be afraid to give us some bigger numbers. Don't give me these 1 of 2 ofs. Yeah. This would be a quest that I would potentially replay again. Sadly, no rare items or anything, but thought it was fun. So let me make a note in my little guide. This is sweep up 5. Oh, I actually already have a thing in there for sweep up 5. Wow, I surprisingly did it correctly, chat. I did it. Yeah, I put it in RBR highlights. Nice. Okay. Past me put it in the right category. That's exactly where I would do it. Where I would play this if it's an RBR. I don't know if I'd play it outside of RBR, but I think with a little bit of a boost, it's like good enough. It's not ever going to be like contender for best quest ever, but it's something I would consider. And again, there's like either playing it solo, excuse me, with Hell, could speed things up a little bit. Or 4-man squad was pretty fun to just roll through. I don't know why I checked the weapons store, there's never anything good there. Alright, so we're gonna do one Phantasmal World 2. Just for Dango. It also has a chance to disco Brave Man, as we talked about before. Canceled the quest by accident, but it's fine. We're not gonna go back and talk to the other lady, we've committed. Let's get some more lucky coins. So if nothing else, that should help attract with, as a simple forward, potentially a good hit Vice. I don't think anybody's gonna say no to a potentially 60 hit Vice. So just remember to trade in the lucky coins at some point. You could even just get PDs from it, which is funny. But maybe at the end of the stream, when I'm truly done, I will go spend these lucky coins. Because I picked up, I don't know, I want to say at least 16 to 20 within the past day with chat. I unfortunately forgot to get the global flag reader. I might look that up in a little bit. Anyway, for now, let's go to Phantasmal World. Okay. I'm gonna switch the song. We had enough of that song for now. Let's catch up to the group. So I was double checking. I'm wondering if it's actually worth, in the long run, kind of going back to another topic I alluded to but forgot to go back to, weapon patterns and boxes. I'm wondering if it's actually worth just playing this in Anguish 1. So for those that don't know, I'd be willing to try it once on Anguish 1 just to see how hard it actually is, question mark. But for those that are not aware, this has a pretty good pattern. I believe it is 443. So it has, I believe, the same pattern as Ruins 2, I think. No. I'm sorry, that would be Seabed Upper. But anyway, I think it's one shy of having a 4 pattern is what I'm really getting at with Anguish 1. Like, Anguish 3, I think, would give it 2 4s, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm wondering with just Anguish 1, getting a chance at getting like a 90% weapon drop might actually be worth it here. Kind of curious. There's a couple areas where I was like kind of comparing on whether or not we should bother with Anguish, or if it makes a big difference. Pushing something from a category 3 to a category 4 is pretty huge. So back when Anguish used to have 10 levels and it used to rank it up 1 per level, you used to be able to do really stupid things like the Lost Soul Blade. You used to be able to get all 4s in their pattern through one of the iterations of it. Aside from the one time where just even having 1 Anguish level maxed it. That was more of a mistake. I don't think that was intended. But from that standpoint, I'm kind of curious if it would be worth bumping this just to get a pattern 4 into the list. Because it's not jungle that can get it. I was double checking. It's specifically mountain. And you go to central area, which is, I think, the same difficulty as Ruins 1. I'll double check that in a moment. There's a section on the wiki that talks about it. But either way, like, you start seeing, like, the 4-4... Like, by the time you get to tower, it's all 4-4-4, right? So, like, Ruins 3 doesn't need anything, Ruins 2 needs a buff, Ruins 1 needs 2 buffs in order to see something. So that's why, like, Anguish 3 is pretty effective as a, like, claw reset, because you're guaranteeing you get the 4-4-4 pattern, and you increase drop rate and all these other things. So, like, genuinely actually increases the odds of you seeing those weapons. As an example, for claws where they're set weapon, 33% of the time if they don't give you the rare, will be a weapon versus being like an armor box or something like that. And that's why that run is really good, and that's why you run it during drop rate week. So, tying that all together, I'm curious if we should start experimenting a bit with Anguish, with the different areas. NBGT says, damn, the song goes hard, what's it called? That is a great question, it doesn't have a song name. I can tell you, though, that it's Ken Rage 2 OST track number 33 extended. That is the exact thing that we're listening to. Nice Giant box. There we go. Pink ID boxes strike again. Oh, it had a hit percentage, but low hit percentage. That's so sad. So, like, these are the kinds of things you want to see here. And I'm half wondering from, like, an HBR standpoint, if they ever wanted to boost boxes in some way. If drop rate week should impact boxes. Or if rare rate should increase the odds of seeing rare drops from boxes. Although sadly, as is, I do think some of the ultimate drops are a little trash. I'm not exactly excited to get Dragon Slayer in Seabed, for example. I'm okay with that being in, like, forest, maybe caves. Can we not have that stuff all the way in, like, tower? I don't feel like that's a big ask. Like, can we just have something a little better? Like, can you imagine, chat, if Tower actually had good boxes? Like, you play through, like, a series of really unfun enemies, and it's like, oh, I'm Blue ID that has, like, nothing worthwhile at all in the current setup for Tower. Unless there's a lot of Delve Eaters, I guess. But from that standpoint, it's like, can you imagine if it was like the boxes like, yeah, just have some Jayas. You're playing Red and White ID for like V502, and they're like, oh yeah, just have Discas. And honestly, there's even weapons in there that would be like super off meta that I would be okay with. Like, put Musashi in a box. Just put it in there over like half of the other rares that are in there. And I don't think most people care about like the D-Sabers. They don't do anything. Oh my gosh, please hit the button. I'm gonna remind chat, please hit the button. You do not want to progress without hitting that button. Be very sad. So I got to restock everything here. I guess I'll get a Tri-Fluid so I can pick one up as well. My Durandals, though. Yeah. There's a lot of items that could be interesting in theory, but they're kind of gatekept by their stats just not being worth items you find in hard mode. Or very hard mode. Like, Disca Brainman is like one of the best Discas ever because it has a set bonus, and it has the best special, and it has decent ATP. Right? Like, I feel like there would be more contenders and slightly more interesting use if, like, some of the set armors actually did stuff with other items. So I'll give you an example. Like, I don't know if it'll ever overtake Disca of Brave Man, but could you imagine if you had Crimson Coat actually work on things like Red Slicer and Red Sword? I feel like you would see a lot more meta changes in terms of what people bring. Or if it worked on, like, Red Handgun, it would just be, like, the ultimate armor versus falls for hunters. Right? Because then you have a high damage handgun that doesn't need to be charged ray gun that gets multiplied. Like, there's so many opportunities where, like, if it just had, like, one other thing, you don't even change any stats on the weapon, but just give it synergy with stuff that doesn't normally get played, and suddenly it's a lot more fun. So the weapon is, like, niche at best unless it gets paired with something, which I think is a fair way to kind of balance stuff in PSO. It's gonna normal attack you down. I'm too close to do the special cancel like that. No, I'm good. So I want to try this quest once on English 1, and then we'll go back to things that potentially get red rings, I guess the best way to put it. So we'll do a mix of, we'll do like 1 or 2 TTFs maybe, but we'll probably do the random attack clear, because I honestly like that quest so much more than TTF at this point. I think some of it just has to do with TTF fatigue. Right, I do think TTF is actually kind of fun, because it has like mechanics that speed up the quest. And I kind of wish there was more of that style of quest as well. Where, like, you could opt into more waves if you want to. But there's, like, the equivalency of a min clear. I think that concept is really cool. Custom quest design. So if there's just, like, enemies that just don't work for your ID, you're like, oh, if I kill this, or if I know there's a hidden wall here that I could walk through, it'd be cool to skip some things. Oh, please don't bully me. Leave me alone. Thought you were gonna get frozen. I can't special cancel if they're in my face. There we go. Nice demon. Now that was a special cancel. Just FOMARL things. So fun to do. So I guess for those that don't know what I'm talking about, if you throw a special attack out before the special attack hits, if you press a normal attack, the first attack that you threw with the special will use the second attack's accuracy. So landing a second normal is pretty easy on most enemies, whereas landing a special on the first hit is hard. So you'll notice that I have a 72% chance of hitting them. My special would presumably be much worse, but because I'm overriding the accuracy of the first shot, I'm using the, what's it called, the 104% accuracy normal. So I'm guaranteed to hit it with my current slicer with a little bit of hit percentage. It's kind of nice. If the target is frozen, it's better for me to normal special most of the time. Yeah, these enemies are otherwise pretty evasive. It allows you to do some pretty good positioning tricks, of course. Hope you're doing well in MBGT. About to ask. We're on a little soapbox tangent. Yeah, see, like that just straight up missed. I didn't do the special cancel. Demons is so good. I didn't mean to heal Dango. Damn, Dango was in a different room and I still healed him. My bad, Dango. The downside of the Fomoral rest of range. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna box check here. Oh, nothing of interest. I checked the item reader there to see if anything actually spawned. There we go. I actually ATP'd it down. Damn, Dango's had enough. The dark flow's coming out. There we go. Landed demons again. Although, I'll have to switch my strategy, because I won't be able to demons in Anguish 1. But yes, in theory, it could result in better drops. We'll try it once, see how we feel about it. I imagine it'll make the run a little hard, just because we do rely off of freeze on a couple of spawns, versus like Anguish 1 on Forest doesn't matter at all, honestly. Rip Dango. Might have been me, I'm not sure. I'll take the blame for it. Dango getting us. It was me, says retract. I was like questionable. I got kind of close. I think I was still within bounds. I killed the Dango. Oh no. I still find it very funny that there's a room with a healing circle in a room with enemies that actively attack you. That one level 30. I'll probably pick that up. Dango draining his HP away. I like that I hit target limit due to the boxes, so I didn't break all the boxes with Razan there. Kind of funny. So many. Oh, I think I was slightly too close there. I gotta back up more in the corner. Yeah, now that they're frozen, I'll just special. Yeah, this quest is pretty good at resetting you. Just slightly too close. That time I was just unlucky. Yeah, I like the button actually physically doesn't spawn until you kill that wave. Just a reminder, the button's over here. Leave me alone, Mr. Sinnoh Barrel. But nothing to do with you. Don't make me Mega you. That works. Oh, Oh, Dango almost at 180. Big milestone for Dango. Nice demons. Nice demons. You'll see me trying to stand at max distance to try to get the special more often. He could please. He could really. Come on. I have like a 45% chance. Game please. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Oh, I hit Dango again. Damn. At least Dango got the photon drop for his worries. Yeah, Dark Flow is pretty nice. Okay, in my defense, that was a sick demons. I got every target, I think, with demons on that one. Get him out of here. Nicely done again. I'm landing. Okay, I'm starting to get in a rhythm with the demons. I do miss playing HUMar. She's not like super good or anything, but she's very, very niche with the Disco usage. So Slicer Fanatic and Disco Brave Man are really, really powerful on her. Like there, like she's landing demons like out of her mind right now. Just she can't do anything when enemies get that close to me, unfortunately. I could technically switch over to Disco Brave Man, but it's the same kind of thing. 13 kind of makes up for the accuracy issue. Yeah, that time I just missed demons. Unfortunate. Damn, Dango just saying no. Well, he's not gonna survive a blast from Dango while demon, let me put it that way. He is ultra dead. See, I'm in my little corner, hoping that I can demon if I need to. There you go, landed demons again. That time I'm just gonna ATP kill. Yeah, there we go. So she does enough damage that I actually have that as an option. For enemies. Another demon proc. Might as well ATP kill that. Oh, they weren't targetable. Sucks. Nicely done. Oh, landed the demon. Yeah, this quest is just fun. We'll make sure to talk to the reporter. I think she's a reporter. There we go. So we'll have more than enough lucky coins to hand in with this character. But we'll probably do that at the end of the stream. Let's do this quest one more time. We'll do at least something that gives us red ring. So let's try the same thing, but with a boost. Let's double check weapon patterns. Oh. Looking to see what the bonuses were. So 31% more money, a little bit more rare chance, XP up 50%. Could be interesting. Yeah, let's move to the next song. Yeah, so for mountain area, it's 333. That's what I was thinking of. So it's the equivalency of mines 2. So if you play Anguish 1, it bumps up one of them up to 4. That means you start introducing the ability to see like the 90% hits in the rolls, which is kind of interesting. Like that alone might make it worth doing this. Yeah, we get 1% extra drop rate, which is always good for when trying to find items. 8% rare. Give Dango that little extra bonus. See what happens. I'll stick to probably just Rambling May if I had to guess. Oh, team's very far in front. I gotta reach him. Pop the boxes. See that we got a weapon from them, so maybe the Marillas just have a good chance of dropping weapons if we don't get their rare. So you could always just keep an eye on what they drop. Even the Gibbons seem to be dropping them. There's quite a lot of Gibbons in this quest, so that's a lot of pattern 4 weapons that could drop. So again, if we're looking for something to kind of mix it up and potentially get high hit, might not be terrible for it. Sadly, I don't think Pink ID has a great natural bonus, I guess the best way to put it. Where like Sky ID gets calibers. I don't think of anything exciting with Pink ID. It's not like Green ID rifles or like Viridian shotguns. Like, those are the ones I can snap name without thinking about it. Any other ID, I'm like, it's probably not good. To be real with you, it's probably terrible. It's probably like Strikers or something terrible. Oh, sadly no weapons there. Poor Gibbles. Yeah, team saying no to Gibbles. Entered the no fun zone. Pop the boxes through the wall, because that's where we could also potentially get high hit weapons. If we're looking... Oh, I got bodied. If we're looking for different ways to hunt pattern 4, kind of interesting that Anguish can make this area a bit more viable. I don't know what they're going to do to Anguish later on. I feel like they just constantly nerf it to the point where nobody will play it. So I'm trying to see if it's still worth playing in some areas. I think the answer is still worth playing in Endless Nightmare 4. Probably not worth running in Forest anymore, because people used to do Anguish 10 Forest to get 10 weapon patterns up. What would normally only give you like 20% or like 40%. Suddenly could give you 90 in Forest. So I would not be surprised if they eventually retire Anguish. I do like it in the sense that PSO is not a very hard game. It's something that just kind of artificially boosts the numbers a little bit to make gear worth farming. It's just a good way to extend longevity. People that think otherwise are, I don't know, wrong, I guess. Like, if you could beat things with all the basic rares, what is the point of hunting the other items other than that you have them? Welcome, HellCleave. Says nice when we have it, but it does feel a little out of place. It's something different for vanilla. I mean, it's just another core mechanic from another RPG. This is how I view it. Sort of like how the weekly bonuses and rotations are not PSO specific. They're from later versions of PSO. They're more from general standpoints of other MMOs. I don't view that as a bad thing. We gotta pull players in, but welcome, HellCleave. Yes, we were on a very long talk about how the drop tables need to change. Thank you for the happy belated birthday. I think having now played it for a while, I think I'm allowed to say. I want to see some updates. There are a couple items I very specifically singled out as not being ultimate level appropriate. It should be something else. I will never miss an opportunity to ask why Cure Poison is an ultimate level difficulty. Why is that not in, like, normal or hard? From, like, a rare enemy or something. You gotta ask the real questions, Chad. So yeah, I definitely want to see more interesting box drops, and I don't know if they'll ever interact with box drops with events. Because I do find it kind of funny that they have, like, all these things that boost Meseta, but they also don't have, like... Oh, Retract is, like, really far down there. Yeah, that would explain. But they don't have, like, any real synergy with anything. So there's, like, some IDs that have good box drops, right? You have, like, pink ID in, like, specific areas, like jungle or, like, mountain, that are, like, really good at ultimate. Yellow ID is also pretty solid in a lot of areas. But there's just a whole bunch of nothing. And I feel like the box drops are mostly just a waste of time. Where it's like, I'm sure HellCleave would be happy if they removed Dragon Slayer from Sky ID Seabed. Cinnabarrel's arms, nice. HellCleave says, I get the idea of having stuff in very hard normal. Make people want to go back, but most of the stuff shouldn't make you want to play it overall. Yeah, I was actually talking about that HellCleave. I think a big issue is that, like, because some areas are just so bad on certain IDs, like, I genuinely would rather play very hard mode on a couple of IDs over most other things that they could do in Ultimate, which I think is a big issue in terms of... Oh, it says enabled? Oh, we gotta make sure that says disabled. That was almost a mistake. That would have been super bad news. But it's one of those things where it just... Like, I know episode 4 is meant you're supposed to come back to it and hunt for it and all. But, man, is there, like, no reason to do a lot of these areas as is. Like, I'm sure you would agree with me, HellCleave. Green ID mines, terrible. Dumpster fire. That ID might as well as not exist in that area. I don't think there's a single thing worth hunting. Like, I would not want to spend boss runs or, like, normal RBRs just to get a Zombie Bracer. I'm sorry. I don't think that's a hot take. Like, there are other things that you could get in conjunction with it. HellCleave says, why always do CC blue for unlocking a very hard, just more Jaya chances? Oh, you know what was funny? I don't know if you saw it the other day, HellCleave. Did you see me doing tower hard mode? Did you witness that? The number of Jayas you get there was really stupid, HellCleave. It was definitely oops all Jaya. These enemies real quick. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we did Twilight Sanctuary, HellCleave. Just recognize that every special flower, the Del Lilies included, as well as Ilgil, as well as one other enemy, all give Jaya, and that's all Twilight Sanctuary is in the last portion of the quest. It was pretty silly. Rip Dango. Yeah, all but Gimbals, pretty much. I think Delbeater gave, like, Sting Tip or something stupid. Honestly, buff White ID hard mode. just make it drop Jaya or something, with it, or Disco Brayman. I mean, just give it everything in hard mode. Don't worry about it. Just make it the meta hunt. Yeah, I don't know. I get the idea that they want to have, like, phaseable items in, and, like, not every slot has to be good. But then, like, you'll compare just, like, certain areas are just like, these items are just so much better than their ultimate counterpart. The only thing keeping them down is hit percentage is worse. I don't know by how much, because I didn't see in the wiki. But it is worse between difficulties to get a hit chance. Give me more Vice runs and hard and very hard, I'll take it. So it's like, I'm kind of for them slightly updating very hard mode to be more Vice happy or Disca happy, so that way that everybody can have the joy that Jaya has. Oh boy, gonna get gibbled. Definitely want to debuff them, or I'm gonna die. Get out of here, Gibbles. Dango. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of areas I just would never run. Like, I think there's some areas that are done well. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's ones where, like, I don't think they need any touching. If anything, they might need a small downgrade. But, like, I feel like there's just so many dead areas on most IDs. And we're kind of looking at the usual suspects of, like, Spaceship in particular. Yeah, like, there should be just, like, a defining item in most areas. Or, like, if it's a harder area, you should get rewarded for playing the harder area. Like, Forest shouldn't be, like, their best run. Like, it should just be, like, it is very good from a speed perspective, but not necessarily a per enemy drop perspective. But there's a lot of times where I'm like, why would I play this quest on this difficulty? Just because there's, like, so few enemies that give anything of interest. Like, there's things that are interesting in theory, like there's Heaven Striker on Delty and Blue ID, but, like, when they tune it because there's one quest that's good at hunting it, then it's like, what do you do in, like, the other 90 to 95% of quests with this ID? The answer is you just don't. You don't do it. Like, could you imagine if you were doing Falls and you could just get Jaya from Falls? Can you imagine, like, how much better it would be? Be like, hold on, it's Jaya time. Just give me anything over some of those items, please. Yeah, like, honestly, like, most of the boss drops outside of episode 4 are pretty bad. You have, like, rare exceptions with, like, Gal Griffin sometimes having good drops. But it's like, is anybody excited to kill Vault? Does anybody really want to kill Still Dragon at episode 2? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just, it's not even, like, situational. Like, they're just genuinely just not good items. And it just kind of drags down the kinds of runs that you could go for. Just a little disappointing. I think, like, episode 4 is probably the best balance. I don't know if that's a hot take or not with the items. I feel like there's generally, like, really good runs that you could do a lot of areas in episode 4 compared to some of the other episodes. Where it's like, there are definitely ones that are stronger in certain areas than others. But I feel like in terms of, like, weak IDs, I can only really think of, like, Sky and maybe White, arguably. Where, like, I'm happy to play orange, pink, red, green, viridian, yellow. Like, there's a lot of IDs where I'd be like, yeah, I would do, like, 80% of the quests that are in episode 4. Not all of them have to be boss runs, and that's fine. Your ID doesn't necessarily have to be, like, a boss run quest, but, like, when your ID also has, like, nothing else to do, it feels kind of terrible. So I hope they adjust Sky ID a little bit more. Just give them something to hunt along with Goron Detonator. Or introduce more quests where Goron Detonators aren't just locked behind event quests so that you could do them. One of the above. But I was saying before, HellCleave, I feel like for some of the higher end areas, it would have been more interesting if they just replaced those. Oh, what are these? If they just replaced some of those, let's say like claw items, or like things that are like easily killed, right? Like dub chicks or something. Instead of giving them like a super good rare, I kind of want to see them forced to drop like a common item on certain IDs. Like, if you're allowed to do Celestial Armor on Claw HellCleave, I want to see some actually good items on some of those other ones. Like, it sounds like it's possible in theory. I would love for them to just get rid of junk rares and just give me increased chance at 90 hits. Like, if they honestly don't want to put stronger rares there, I would rather have that than junk rares. And I don't think a lot of people would complain about that. Get rid of these. But yeah, box drops in general are pretty terrible. I think the only ones where they're quote-unquote decent is episode 4. As I said before, I think it's the most balanced, quote-unquote. Because at least there's like 13 and Photon Crystal, which is like, those are both things that you want, right? Like, even if you don't use them, they at least have value inherently. So even if your ID doesn't have like a hunt for it on like a monster, there's some good stuff there. Where there's not really like an equivalency in currency in the other episodes. Which, who knows? Maybe they should introduce some. I don't know. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, exactly. Like, only a handful have Disco Brain Man. Pink ID is Jaya. I love telling people that, because they're like, wait a minute. You're like, blue ID is Jaya. I'm like, no, pink ID is Jaya. It's in boxes though. Why don't we free some of these weapons and put them on other IDs? I mean, if pink ID can have Jaya, why can't other IDs have more interesting items? Put more vices in boxes, please. Yep, see, even HellCleave was like, I forgot about it, right? Because, like, I was saying earlier, or not this session, but last session, where I'm like, Pink ID is the only place in the game where you can get X-Cal, Jaya, and Disco Brain Man in the same run. I'm like, this is so loaded. I'm like, look how good this is, and then look how trash some of these other runs are. I'm like, am I really going to be doing, like, a run for Ignition Cloak on Spaceship for like 12 minutes just to get one chance of Ignition Cloak over the very hard mode counterpart? Like, blue ID getting heavily arms out here and Jaya chances. When you get purple ID, it's like, here's your HNS Justice or whatever. It's like, this is just so unexciting. They're just bad. It makes me feel sad how terrible they are. Oh, Master's Ray Gun drop. That's such a shame. Damn, we are seeing the 40 hits drop. Maybe the weapon pattern is kicking it a little bit with Anguish here. We're surprisingly getting a little more XP. Even with the difficulty, we're getting a little better XP per second at the moment. But it's definitely a harder run, because I can't demons. Or at least not demon consistently. So their evasion is way too high. I'd have to be doing some insane distance tricks to get the mech gun to cancel, whereas it's much easier with Slicer. I'll just have to stick to debuffing them. is working. Yeah, there's like some genuinely good ones. So it's like, for me, I don't know. Maybe they need more quote-unquote currencies. I don't know what the currency equivalency would be in the other episodes other than ad slots. Like, I guess episode 1 could just be ad slots, right? I guess in place of, like, photon crystals. But I don't know what episode 2's would be. Or if they just really increase the number of amplifiers across the different difficulties. Like, episode 2 breaks the mold where they could get amplifiers everywhere, but episode 2 has at least one for everyone. Yeah, like, are people really gonna get upset? Like, oh no, we won't get Durandal in TTF, HellCleave. Woe is us that we don't see, like, the 30th Durandal that nobody uses ever under any scenario. Or, you know, we're killing Cave Lily and it gives us Cure Poison. Like, really? Can we really not have better drops than this? Like, I don't even think I would use this on normal mode. Like, cut me a break. Whack items, chat. So that was a good run. Oh, I didn't hit the boxes. Thought I did. Oops. Let me break those. Oh, just Basetta. Bronze badges add slots, box runs add slots, no real good way to 100% get them, and then badges still are only good way. That's also not buying them from the shop. Yeah, honestly, over bad rares, I would still probably take ad slot as well. So if they want to nerf like Forest and put an ad slot in over, I don't know, some junk rare. I agree, but only if they make ad slot stack. That could be fun. They allow that in the future. Put some of this away. So let's try to fish for Viridian Red Ring. Does anybody mind playing a Force for me? He's away. That away as well. Yeah. Let me check where my Force bow gear is. Nice, nice. Like, I could play Viridian, but it is XP week, so it's like I'd prefer not to play a level 200 character during XP week. I can avoid it. At least this character got a little more XP. Alright, so I'm gonna switch over to, I guess, Rock the Seal. Hopefully my Baran's launcher is not tucked away. I should probably confirm that. But yeah, there's like little things where I'm like, I don't know. I do feel like it's okay for episode 4 Very Hard to be solid. Because, you know, people need to level characters. But at the same time, like, there's no reason for some of these areas to be so dead. Right? Like, Green ID CCA has, what, V502 resets, and that's it? Which is, like, it's okay that they have, like, one niche thing to do, but, like, they have, like, unplayable tower, unplayable seabed for the most part. It's kind of unfortunate. Techium coming in with something. Read it in just a moment. Get my Baran's launcher out. There we go. Rest in peace, my Masetta. Episode 2 should get also more chances for Snusher, get more people playing Temple. I feel like Viridian is so close to being, like, fun in Temple. And a big problem with it is that there's just not, like... There's like, almost an equivalency, but not an equivalency of, like, a Terrell's Eco for Hilda Tours. Right? Like, CCC sort of covers it, but it's just not as strong comparatively. Which, like, not every quest has to be, like, Terrell's Eco bonkers for, like, certain enemies. But I do feel like there's a lot of kind of off enemy counts, where a lot of the times there are, like, potentially interesting drops, but there's just not a really good way to hunt them. So as I said before on this stream, I said, here's a fun fact for you. What quest, just think about it, and the fact that you might not know the answer offhand tells you how bad it is. What is the best quest to do episode 2 Sorcerer? And how many enemies is it? Which quest has the best Barans out of Anniversary Event, which is a cop-out answer. And I feel like that kind of shows you where there's just, like, really unhuntable enemies. Or, like, some of the best in slots in episode 2 are, like, here's 30 of an enemy. And then you go to episode 1 and it's like, here's 90 of an enemy. And, you know, they kind of rectified it a little bit with Spaceship, where there are, like, there's literally Penumbral Surge 2 resets. It's just one of those things where it's something else. So, I would have, well, you could technically name Penumbral Surge 2, because it technically has the most sorcerers, which is 61, because we just played that quest not that long ago. And the answer is it takes like 12 minutes to get there if unless you're playing like ultra geared out. Then maybe it's like 10 plus minutes to even start seeing them, because they don't appear until like the second area. Whereas like you could just do very fast resets of the other enemies comparatively. Otherwise, it would be Night of Coral Advent, where there is 21 of them in that goofy solo quest. Like, that's pretty bad. Like, just, like, there is really, honestly, nothing else. Like, their other runner-ups, by the way, are Government Quest 6-4 and 6-5. Like, that is dire, chat. Like, the only way to really hunt them is something where you don't even fight them for the first, like, 10 minutes. Because you have to clear an entirety of Spaceship 1 of, like, 300 plus enemies just to have a chance at fighting them. And I think that kind of shows that there's just kind of an imbalance in the current quests on how to reach certain enemies. And I feel like Hilda Tour is similar, where you could get to, like, 18 or 20 of them, but there's not really a quest with, like, 50, if that makes sense. Where it's just like, oh, you know, this is the Hilda Tour quest, or, oh, this is the monster, you know, setup that isn't just all Lily and Rappy. But yeah, it's a little disappointing, to say the least. I got stuck. I'm bad. We got mines reset. Unfortunate. We'll try again. But it's just one of those things where I really hope that a combination of things like more Omnis spawn during some of the other existing holiday events give more of a reason to play or to try out new things. So like Valentine's event, I'm gonna push as like the #1. I would love to see something there. Or if they want to do kind of like a episode 2 focus, if they want to do like beach oriented quests. AA episode 4 2025, yeah. Where it's just like, I just want to see more of those kind of Omnis spawns slip in conditionally, or kind of fix some of the awkward, I would say, groupings of enemies. I think some of it is a bias, because I personally don't like the temple tile set that much. Especially if they lean heavily into the claustrophobic hidden corridors, I just don't find it fun to fight in those. I don't mind some of the longer rooms where you have like people on one side. I think those are okay. Yeah, I wanna see some improvements there. I don't know if we'll get quests on the same level as like Penumbral Surge or like the Omnispawn. Ideally it'll happen, but see how it goes. Okay, here's the deal. If we do 2 more resets and we don't see Red Ring or Ruins, we'll just play TTF. Hopefully the game will cooperate with us though. Assuming somebody will hit the other Lily. There we go. That was almost scary. Fine, Nano Dragon. So, I don't know. And it's weird because I think episode... Oh, come on, stop giving us mines. I don't want to do Viridian mines. Speaking of IIDs that got nerfed in certain areas. See, if it still had V101, I wouldn't mind going that way, but there's honestly nothing worth farming on that side. It's a bit of a shame. Vivi and Rambling May are horrible to hunt. Yeah. And again, a lot of that you could kind of compare. Like, there's a lot of, like, super high monster-dense quests, whether it's, like, a Terrell's Ego, or Rescue from Regal, or, like, Fragments of a Memory. There's this quests that have, like, a ton of enemies, even if they're not necessarily the best examples of quest design. But because they exist in the same space, there's not really a reason to do some of the other quests, which is a shame. And at the same time, I don't think something like an RBR bonus would fix some of them. Like, we were playing Silent after Image 1, and, like, the quest is okay. Like, you could play it, it could be, like, fun to do, but it's never gonna be, like, an item hunt quest. You know what I mean? So, like, should quests like that really be in there? Like, the quantity of enemies and, like, the speed at which you kill things on, like, the Sweep Up Operation 5, even comparatively, is, like, so much higher. And I feel like it's one of those quests that actually just needs, like, a somewhat small boost to be decent and potentially worth running. But, I don't know. There's definitely some duds. I wouldn't mind this quest entering RBR, but I doubt they'll ever do it. That'll be my pipe dream, chat. If they let this quest in, I'm gonna be so happy. I think we got up to, with a pretty well-geared team, I think it was like 190 XP a second, which, given that it only fights one boss, that's pretty high for episode 1. You know, chat could do their own numbers and all. There we go. See, I threatened to not do this quest, and it gave us Ruins. That's what I want to see, chat. Yeah, I actually do genuinely like this quest a lot. I almost want to do it more than TTF at this point. I have a lot of fun doing solo in it because Rafoi is so good in this quest, especially with Psycho Wand. So I was playing a lot of solo Faux New World on stream and a little bit off stream. The only area they really struggle with is dealing with the sorcerers. Like, see all those enemies? Yeah, see that Rafoi? It hits everything in the room. That's the kind of quest design that I miss when I play some of the other quests. So when people ask why I don't like a lot of the vanilla quests, or why I don't like Tower, it's because the enemy positions are terrible. They're just not fun to play with as a force. And given that I end up playing Force most of the time, I'm like, yeah, if I don't feel like I'm doing anything, I generally don't like the quest. Where being able to shut down like a room of 12 or 14 lilies with a Rafoi is like a realistic option. I have a lot more fun with the quests, and be real with you. Sort of like in this room, there's going to be like a bajillion enemies, but the Force will be able to reson the upcoming wave to get rid of the claws. You know what I mean? Like, they're all close, dense enemies, so you could get away with like melee sword swings, or... Oh, somebody shot my trap. That's a shame. Rip trap. Rip Dango. Where, like, the Force can actually do something other than debuff. Is that a relaxing and relieving feeling? Oh, we're going this way. Bit of a shame. I kind of wanted the other path for Lava's Cannon. It is what it is. This path is still okay. I do hope that they very slightly tweak this quest and get rid of the dump chick room. If there's one request I have for this to be updated, get rid of dump chicks in mines. Or at least if you're gonna put them there, allow us to have a switch to kill them, so we're not waiting like 30 years just to get disappointed. So I definitely think the Ruins route is much better in terms of enemy spawns and pacing compared to the mines route. If you get the quote-unquote good route in mines, it's actually like exceptionally good. And I think it's like one of my favorite areas in the game. You fight like a bonus room of like Darkbringers and Sinnoh Reds and Del Sabers and like all these enemies kind of coming together is really nice. So it's really nice to see like a cross area spawn. You don't see that super often in quests. So it could be fun to do those kinds of things. And again, a lot of them have the same weakness where they spawn in the Darkbringers with the Sinnoh Reds. So that way, if you're a Rabarda user, you can actually reasonably clear the wave, etc., etc. So it's like, I'm gonna see more of that. Oh, I got bodied. Unfortunate. Yeah, that really messed me up. I'm really sad that hit me. I feel like they do a blank one, a good item, and every other idea if it doesn't have one. Most counting Megaros and fix most stations for all our quests. Yeah, I feel like there should be something of like, I don't know. I would love to see them revisit for sure. Like, what enemy has the Uber item rotating through definitely helps with like, it's okay for IDs to have like more preferential things that they could. Wow, team, what's going on? Rip team. I guess I gotta throw a free strap down. It's okay for IDs to not be good at every single thing in an episode area, but at least have like some quests that they could do. Where I just generally feel like even in their like best case scenario, they're just terrible. Like I just don't want to do them. I'm still looking at you, Green ID Mines. I'm gonna call you out every time. Rest in peace, you got murdered. You got taken out behind the shed and just taken out. It's terrible. Somebody keeps shooting my trap. I'm very sad. That is not the trap automatically detonating. Rip. Oh well. Goodbye, Belro. Okay, still 7 freeze traps. That's more than good enough to finish. I'm assuming chat can kill this. If you make me go to another weapon, to you. There we go. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go slightly to the right here. I'm gonna put a freeze trap here to catch the Indie Belra. Then I'm gonna put another one here, and that should cover everything. How did I not hit the Indie Belra there? Oh, maybe I just didn't put the trap far enough forward. I think the wall can block the freeze trap. Because I put it pretty close to that wall, it might have been. It's like, I might have put it like too far over, so it didn't technically go through. Or whatever. Oh, I missed hitting my trap. That was my fault. Got interrupted in my combo. That was my fault. Unfortunate. Team. Rip everybody. Yeah, I missed my trap twice, so that cost me my character. I deserve that whenever I miss. I should just switch to Heaven Striker to trap shoot. Sometimes I just forget to do it. Anyway, let's see if we get the bonus room or not, or if we get Red Ring. Oh, we get the bonus room. Okay. I need somebody to put a telepipe down in the healing circle room. I'm just gonna continue this way and put a telepipe down. So that way you guys aren't spending like 40 million seconds trying to catch up to us. Okay. So I'll just come back, get the healing circle, and then I'll get buffs. There we go. Idiot. Well, I guess it's time to potentially get more V101s. Like, this kind of room right here, chat, do you know how satisfying this room is as a force? You have no idea. If you've not played this before, oh, like, every wave in here is amazing. Even as, like, a ranger or a Hugh cast, you're just having a field day with all these enemies. Yeah, give me some swordsman lore chances, I don't mind that. Seeing freeze traps go up a little too early. Just remember, team, whenever there's Darkbringers, they take a little longer to spawn. Just wait a little bit if they're there. Say goodbye to this room. Wait a little bit for them to fall. That's okay. Kill most of them. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, okay, they were at least not moving. I was worried because they were falling, I was gonna explode. Yeah, I don't have a Brand's launcher machine, but this'll work. This room is so fun, Chad. You've no idea. Just love the constant freezes. Like, I don't want every quest to be like this, but if you give me like a little, we'll call it like a party room. If you give me the, you know, you've beaten the quest, here's your reward room. This makes me so happy. Look at it. It's so good. It's so good. Look at it. I'm using Dark Native. So fun. Yeah, this room is so satisfying as a force. Like, when people take the time to think about, like, forces really don't want to fight things with 4 elemental weaknesses, it becomes a lot more fun to play. So this quest, I feel like somebody has played a force, because there's only a couple waves total where you have mixed resistances. Not gonna lie, if you have one spread, I think Native Dark is the best. Regret Machine Dark. We were going back and forth, what would be the best? Let me switch to Cannon Rouge here. See this, chat? The consolation prize of not getting Red Ring is a room with Swordsman lore, V101 and LNK Combat 38. I'm kind of okay with. Kind of okay with this. Yeah, I like the Brand's launcher because it has helped me with temple runs. There's a lot of Native Dark there. It helps me get through the hill delts a little faster. Dango found an LNK combat. Hey, did they have good hit percentage, hopefully? We'll do, oh, another LNK combat. Okay. We'll do this one more time, and then I think we'll do some traditional TTF. Don't forget to talk to the lady here. See if we got something fun. Oh, we didn't get any, yeah, I didn't get any reward there. Other than, I think it was an evade material. A little disappointing. Oh well. Oh, I forgot to talk to him. I wonder if... I feel like that would kind of ruin the economy somewhat. I wonder if they could replace some of the box rares with the material. About it. We'll try a couple more of these, otherwise we'll just do Red ID TTF to close the night. And also Lucky Coin. We have Lucky Coins to trade in. looks like because Retract has a red ID force, we'll probably have Retract make the game. Maybe we'll actually level my HUMar. Just for you, chat. I'll play HUMar if somebody plays force in the TTF run. Oakley says I'm gonna machine dark on mine. Yeah, I don't do a lot of seabed, so for me I'm like kind of whatever. Please use word select, damn. I like how the only answer is okay, I got it for the recommendations. I'm just gonna say no. Oh, Retract is frozen? If you're using a controller, can you unplug, replug to see if that works? I've had that happen a couple times. Otherwise, we could just reset. Yeah, if you're using a controller and unplug, replug doesn't work, then we'll exit out. Alright, let's back out then. Haven't seen that in a while. I had that happen before, a little before my controller died, so I wasn't sure if it was my controller or just in general. Do a little dance to summon them. There we go. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to just putting, like... If they didn't want to put anything too crazy in Forest, they could just do, like, basic materials there as, like, one of the drops. I feel like there's some very... Like, if it's, like, 1 in 350, I don't know if it matters. I disrespect build that, poor Lily. I love they can double hit the Lily. I don't think I'll go as far as making an A-Beast launcher, but I could probably make a machine Baran's launcher at some point. I don't know what I'll stack with it, if anything, or just leave it as a solo machine. Focus on other items. Just be happy enough that I got the spread. That was really scary. That Lily was not being attacked by anybody as I killed the other wave. That could have gone real bad for me. Things I don't want to see. Things I don't want to see when I turn around. Uncontrolled Lily. Oh, we got Mont again. Okay, we'll do one more reset, and if we don't see it there, we'll just switch over to CTF. It is a shame I'm not playing Orange ID at the moment. If I was playing Orange ID, I would just let it rock. I would go either side. I don't even think it matters. Orange ID has a shocking amount of value in this quest on both sides. To the point, I'll play it out. But Viridian only really specifically wants ruins. There's just nothing of interest in mines for them. bonus room is, like, okay, but, like, because Darkbringer also doesn't have any value, like, you're not really gonna be doing... You're not really gonna be doing ultimate just to get a Bringer's Rifle. Which, honestly, the more I think about it, I really think Bringer's Rifle should have been in very hard mode. I think that would fix a lot of the weird issues with the item pacing. Just let more of the enemy parts be in very hard mode. Yeah, I feel like with the removal of the anniversary event, where you could have traded in the monster parts for badges, there's just so many dead items. And, like, they're gonna solve it a little bit with plating, but I still think ultimately it has the same kinds of issues. Okay, there we go. Wasn't too bad reset-wise. And I don't even mind the Viridian reset, because in this one, you're getting Sange, Yasha, and V101 chances, depending on where you go. There's, like, enough in Viridian Caves for it to be decent. Not like I'm going to be spending hours at it, but if I had to reset it a couple times, and then the resets lead to Red Ring or LNK, I'm kind of okay with it. Yeah, and then, like, what they could do is they could just move some of the monster parts to, like... Well, I don't know if they would put it in boxes, necessarily. I'm glad Viridia got nuked. I wish they would just buff the other IDs rather than nuke them. Like, Green got absolutely murdered. Green is, I think, one of the worst IDs in the game, outside of Episode 4. Yeah. Like, as I said before, I don't even play that much Viridian TT. I mean, I definitely don't play Viridian TTF anymore. Aside for doing, like, these kind of off quests. But, yeah, I'm okay with them moving, like, the strengths of the ID around a little bit. Like, kind of like how they played with Sky ID, that, you know, for whatever reason, they didn't like the Sky ID Dwarfon resets. So they said, you know what, why don't we put it on an enemy underground? And I don't mind it in theory, it's just that there's not really, like, quest support for it. But I do think certain areas are just unplayable. And it's just kind of a shame. Where genuinely, I think their very hard mode counterparts are just better, which is really sad. So many enemies here. Look at these enemies. Still fun. We got the same route again. Just not really a big deal. Only need 5 red rings left in the moment, so LNK only thing I want from the ID anymore besides good arms. True. I'm still hunting for V101, so I don't mind getting those and, like, hard ofs as I play this. I'm gonna believe on you. I'm gonna believe in chat on that one. I'm not dealing with those. There we go. Can't beat me on the freeze trap. I'll assist him by just murdering this wall of enemies. But it's like, again, it's not really exciting to get all these enemy parts this late. Where I feel like, would it really be a big game difference if Belra's right arm is in very hard mode? Would it really matter? Like, we're playing Ruins. I'm kind of hoping for something a little better than, you know, items that are generally worse than Musashi, question mark. I feel like this is a hot take on that one. And Van Hard, a Sorcerer Cane, nice skill check. Doing some red ID. I'm gonna put another freeze trap down. They're looking a little uncontrolled there. We needed to tidy that up a little. I don't know why that door takes so long. So as I said before, I'm gonna try to put more freeze traps down as we go through here. Because I just want to make sure we freeze the Indie Belra. So I might put like a second one here. Maybe that was my mistake. Just didn't put enough down. No, oh, maybe he just takes too long to spawn in. Maybe that's what the problem is. I don't think it's a distance thing. That's fine. As long as I kill him without getting closer, I should be good here. In fact, I'm gonna back up. I'm so sad. I thought that was gonna freeze him. Oh, that's fine. Now we're in a much better position than last time. And since I have so many freeze traps, I just generally don't care. So hey, we made up for only getting 2 photon drops last session. That's good. Given this stream didn't last as long as the other one. On average, we're getting about 3 PDs every time we stream. Sometimes we get useful items, maybe. Don't need evade materials, though. Oh, it's red ring this time. Sure. Well, enjoy my materials, team. I feel like going to pick those up. So, I don't know. Like, I think there's a chance for some of those weapons to be generally actually useful, and it just requires them to be downshifted a difficulty. But I don't know. I just wish things like Final Impact were not in ultimate difficulty. Maybe it's more an inherent weakness of the rare weapons, where it's like, it's technically better. Like, it's technically an option over stuff like Crush Bullet, but it's like people don't use it anyway. I don't know. Maybe there's more argument as to why a slightly stronger shotgun shouldn't be there. But definitely very disappointing. I mean, if they really want to expand upon the, you know, certain IDs tech certain items better, why aren't those items more common in their own runs? Like, White ID is generally pretty good at getting Discas, and Blue ID with Jaya. But aside from those, it's like, maybe Purple Vices? Is there anything that, like, Yellow has super common, for example? There's a lot of wiggle room with what they can do, but I don't know. I'm contemplating if I want to respond to the post about RBR or not. If they want to introduce like a point system per player, kind of like a seasonal. That would reset in like June or something between the events. Or if they wanted to literally just gain points you can burn in a shop. I feel like there should be some incentive to clearing the RBR. Because as it is, you just kind of reset in the quest is like the optimal way to do it. Feels a little weird. Just because, like, quest Meseta rewards are so terrible, and most quests don't offer additional items like lucky coins or tickets. Oh, I do have a Yashminikov. Okay. Well, never mind, don't need it. Oh, come on, did I really miss that many? It's painful. Never gave RBR enough shake. I already didn't really like it, but I also didn't like they removed quests from it. I think there's some quests in it that are good. It's just the problem is, like, the problem with RBR is just more that there's a limited amount of quests, but the quests chosen are also kind of bad in conjunction with it. Like, there are some genuinely good quests that end up in RBR. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna complain about any Phantasmal World popping up in there, or like Endless Nightmare 4 is on the list, for example. There are like some good quests that enter it, but at the same time, like, it does lock out like Phantasmal World 2, which is kind of unfortunate, which would be an excellent way to get into RBR. All I know, though, HellCleave, is they better not do what they did last year with the anniversary event. I swear. I swear if it's the same as last year, I'm going to be so sad. I'm not going to lie, it's a big reason why I did not take off any days so far for anniversary event. And I don't think I will until I get confirmation it's not going to be like that. I don't want to spend time and then have to learn that I have to grind for somebody else to get the bonuses. And I think we all can just point back to the hilarious discrepancy in, like, the forest point values. So, like, while I did have fun doing Tower, and I would still do the Tower again, as well as Underground if offered it, I don't want to feel like I have to play, like, Seabed, or I have to play Spaceship, while other people get to play what they want to do. That's just inherently a really terrible feeling. Let's do some Red ID TTF to wrap it up. So, I kind of wish it was more like a very mini HBR, where the point is to not grind it hundreds of times, but at least to say, like, you did every quest once to say that you did it, or if you clear X number of quests, something should happen. I think it needs, like, a little bit more of a boost. Or they need to think about and kind of refine the quests in there, because I think what also kind of hurts it is, oh, that's not the right ID. I think what also hurts it is just the fact that, hey, no, that was the right ID. Just missed it. Is the fact that sometimes there's good quests in the list, but they don't match the bonus of the week. Right? Like, you'll have things where it's like, oh, you know, you have, like, your Endless Nightmare 4, and then you're like, okay, well, what is the bonus for this week? Rare enemy. Right? Like, it feels really bad when that's randomized. Move forward a song, actually. So, I think the issue is that, you know, back when they did HBR originally, they used to manually select it. Oh, I'm running HUMar, that's true, my bad. I did say HUMar earlier. Chat caught me. Out of habit, I was doing Red ID. Yeah, if you can run the Red ID, then we're good. I'm so used to doing TTF Red ID with her. Let's just going straight there. It's time for the HUMar. But it's just one of those things where, like, when they first started HBR, they used to give it, they used to manually do it. And granted, you know, that's a lot of effort to cultivate it. What they should have done is, if they wanted to automate it, they should have had it in pools. So that way there's more of an incentive to play the RBR during certain weeks. Like, do not put Mines quests and, like, Seabed quests in Rare Enemy Week. Like, I feel like this shouldn't be, like, rocket science. I'm sorry, chat. Like, this is just some of those things where, like, just have a different quest pool if it's one of those weeks. It's not like you don't know those weeks are coming up. Do you know what I mean? Like, just have a different list. It'll be okay. Like, well, you'll get through it. It'll be fine. But I think that was just kind of the big problem with it, is that, like, the bonuses themselves are potentially very good. Like, I feel like HellCleave, if you haven't done, like, what is it, Sweep Up Operation 3 in Mines, is, like, really, really, really good for Excal and stuff like that. Like, it's really, really good during RBR. So when it lines up with, like, Rare Item Week, it's amazing. Because you have, like, 1 in, like, 1,400 chances in Mines of getting Excal or something insane, which is just so much better, on top of getting all these other items. So there's definitely, like, standout quests. But the problem is this, like, again, because it's not really, like, curated to the bonuses, you can have, like, total duds of quests. Like, XP week, anything kind of goes, but, like, putting stuff like drop rate week on, like, Temple feels pretty terrible when there's a lot of Rappies, or doing, like, really heavy episode 4 Rappy quests feels kind of terrible. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are things where if they had curated the list a little better, I feel like without changing anything else about the quest selection, it would already be, like, so much better. And it's such a shame. But I generally think there are some quests that should not be on the list at all, and they should be absolutely removed because they are not fun. Heavenly Battle should be on very hard mode more. Yeah, maybe. I could see it popping up in, like, episode 4. I'm kind of okay with episode 4 getting the better stuff, and, like, episode 1 and 2 mostly being left alone. Kind of okay with that. Nice kill. Yeah, I do think there's some generally good ones, but, like, again, is it gonna ever overtake a TTF or a Terrell's Ego? The question is, do you really want it to? It's one of those ones where it could be kind of fun to do something else other than those quests to level, and I think there's some really strong ones. The problem is, like, when you dilute the pool with, like, really, really bad quests, like East-West Tower, it just means that, like, the week is dead. So, like, HBR had a similar problem, with the trade-off being that, you know, not every quest needed to be good, just that one of the 3 had to be worth running with the bonus. Oh, stupid Cure Poison. one of the 3 quests had to be worth running, or you would just skip HBR. And because it was monthly, it felt bad, because it's like, well, I guess I'm not playing PSO for a month. But I don't know. Cure Poison, of course. I'll pick it up just for Chad. This is for you, Chad. The item I don't care about. This item should absolutely, absolutely not be an ultimate. Not on, like, a normal enemy drop. But yeah, like, they got rid of Lost Soul Blade, but, like, there are RBR specific pretty good quests. Or, like, new mop-up Operation 4 popping up in RBR is completely fine. Like, those quests are already good, and they're showing up in there. So it makes me kind of sad that not all of them have value there. Put down my Ryuga for the team. I think I have Yun Chang for this boss, right? Yeah, I do. Look at that HellCleave. Ooh, 30 hit Yun Chang. Ooh. I'm like a rock ass swinging it. So, like, I will say there are some genuinely good quests in there, but I totally get it when people complain about it, because there are some super booty quests that should not be in there. Where I don't know how they want to balance it, because, I mean, there's just, you know, there's quests that, like, barely have, like, 100 enemies total in quests with over 300 plus. Like, there's already a massive disparity. So like, do they ever want to address it with things like tiers, which would make it kind of complicated? Should it be in its own rotation? Should there be a concept of like unlocking certain quests in it? Like, how complicated did they want to make the mechanic in order to make it fun? And then it's like, if you overcomplicate it, is that just a sign that it has failed in general? So these are things I'm kind of hoping that they're kind of analyzing. As I said before, I think I would like to see some combination of, if you play any RBR at all, you can gain points. And those points might go towards milestone unlocks or literally be used in the shop. Because it's not like they weren't doing that before with HBR. They kind of give a reason to play. What? Hold on, I think one of my buttons is not correct. It's really gonna bother me. Yeah, I was like, what is going on? I'm like, wait a minute. I went to go revive somebody and I'm like, that's not right. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I see what happened there. Actually, I'm okay with that, but then when we do this... Yeah, I can live with that. This needs to be this. I now understand why I wasn't getting revives. It now makes more sense to me. I get kind of experimental with some of the controls, but it's like, I really need revive to be on a certain button. I don't like to experiment with that one. So, but I would agree with you, HellCleave. There's not a lot of reason to run a lot of those other quests if you're kind of in the end game. Like, unless it's literally lame Heaven Striker. Is there even a good V502 quest in that list? Maybe there's one. There's not a lot for the, you know, endgame players to play. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of really bad tower quests in RBR. Yeah. There we go. I had a feeling if I delayed my combo, he'd walk into range. Look at that, I'm helping. Yeah. Hey, chat, I did it, I helped. See ya. I don't remember if they have this or not. I hope they boost like photon drop chance a little bit. I know they try to incentivize RBR during the events because they boost event drop. I don't know if they boost drop rate for photon drop specifically. I think that would also help some of the bad quests by just having kind of inherent value. But again, like, how many things do you want to add that aren't like directly visible? I think what'll help them in terms of like player feel is if they update player info to tell you like the rare enemy bonuses or boosts to like photon drops. I think that would help with game feel for people, because if you start it's okay that it's on the wiki, but like a lot of people just don't know about it, or it's like tucked away in some like corner of the wiki itself, and it's like, unless you know specifically to look for it, you won't find it. Nice, we're getting a decent amount of photon drops here. Photon drops for Dango. Done. Although I was amused, I saw that they updated the wiki to have a whole section on doing claw runs. I don't know if chat has seen that before, because I don't think that existed last year, or if it was the tail end of last year. They might have touched it up. I think that was the first time I saw a video play on the wiki site before. But chat could correct me if I'm wrong, of course. But who knows? Maybe it's just been there a very long time, and this is the first time I happened to see it. But yeah, they have a whole special thing for the Endless Nightmare 4 resets. Sadly, no items of interest. I'm just gonna go to the next area. Let them deal with that. Yeah, like in terms of like general items, I didn't mind some of the Disco Brayman and Vice runs in RBR. Like I thought Phantasmal World 1 was okay for Disca with all the boosts, for example, because there are an insane number of gibbons in that quest, like 200. Plus you obviously still get lucky coins and such. Oh, I'm in trouble here. Rip Dango. Yeah, I don't know. Like, would it help public perception of RBR if it had some of the stronger quests in rotation? I don't think things like TTF should be in there, so I do think there are definitely tiers above what's in RBR. They've definitely excluded some quests on purpose. I wish they excluded some of the ones that are not as fun to run on purpose. But I would have loved to have seen comparatively some of the massive attacks enter in. Not all of them, just a few. Dango. Getting bullied by these spinners. Leave me alone. Damage is just like a little shy. There we go. I'm in kind of an awkward spot, to be honest with you. This one might work. Oh, I can actually just walk out of that side. That's good. Like, wait a minute. I've handgunned the other head from there before, but that actually gave me more wiggle room than I thought on the other side. Oh, my menuing is all messed up. Hold on. I think I sorted by accident on this character once. It should always be between my charge ray gun and everything else. Brutal. Bad news for HUMar here, I guess. Not much I can do about this. There we go. Goodbye, Misetta. You went to a good cause there. Moving forward a song. We'll do one more TTF, then we'll do some lucky coins to end the stream. Nice level up. Still thinking about that Dell Rappy the other day. But I think it is official. I think I might just choose never to play during Rare Enemy Week ever again. I think it's over, chat. That'll be my protest to PSO. Do I have room for escape belt? Yes, I do. Let's do one more. At least we got like 3 chances of red ring after this one. We did one on Viridian. It's just all atmospheric music. Is there something more action-y? A little better. So many skip dolls. Probably put a couple away in the regular bank. I'm not even sure what's in his character bank, I can be honest with you. I so rarely go to his character bank. I'm sure it's a bunch of junk rares and then just random 50 hits. He's away for now. And what is in the bank? Yeah, it's about what... He's a 40-hit Jaya? Okay. Should probably put that on the other character. Liberate that Jaya. He could take the 30 hit I got earlier. Out of way. I'm using Yun Chang at the moment, so I'm not in a rush to do that. He's a compilation of Vegetos for some reason. Chad, because of course he does. Red Sword, none of them with hit though. He's got the most random items in here, I swear. Oh, he even has a slicer in here? Oh, that's fun. Why do you have a set? Okay. That Centurion ability should not be in his character bank, first of all. I could actually use that on other characters at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I need any of these others, though. He can keep Daylight Scar. I have Daylight Scars on the characters that care about it. Yeah, 30-hit Yun Chang is actually kind of fun. It's my discount Jaya. Still love he has a 15-hit Lava's Blade in his inventory. Because, you know, just normal things to be having on a HUMar. Uh-oh, Dango hit 180. Come on, game. Give Dango a red ring. He's at the magic level. He's put in the work. Give it to him. Boom. Oh, my HUMar floats in the air as well. Do you think they'll ever fix this, chat? Why are some of the character models so broken with some of the emotes? Is it like that in vanilla PSO? We have the Foneural facing into the floor. Then we have the HUMar that kind of floats for some reason in the air. He's definitely not on the ground. You can tell because his shadow is so far from him. Certainly something. Oh, yeah, by the way, the reason I also wanted to do a bonus stream, despite wanting to cut down on PSO, I have to have the computer on for uploads. So if I'm gonna leave the computer on in order to catch up with all the months worth of videos, since my internet is very strong, I've been uploading this entire time we've been streaming, just FYI. So we got at least some of that out of the way for later. I don't think I could get away with that with like very graphics intensive games, but with PSO I definitely can. So this is a good chance where I need to be doing something on the computer for a few hours. I might as well as just do that. I love Ryuker as his first spell. I'm looking for it, I'm like, no. There's only one reason for me to be casting something. I'm assuming team will send me a telepipe. Damn, team getting photon drops, discos. There we go. Well, TTF at least paying off a little bit. I do think it's kind of unfortunate that some of the box drops are just so terrible. Like, do you feel that way, HellCleave? Like, I feel like the falls drops are heinous. I feel like cave boss drops are also, I think they might be the worst. Well, up at least you might get something interesting. Dragon, because you're guaranteed to get tools in some of the boxes, we get those happy little photon drops. You cast with the red ring that matches armor, oh no. Gonna dodge those. Where I just feel like there's some very weird design choices in Blue Burst. Like, I enjoyed the dragon having, like, different boxes of different types. Don't get me wrong. But, like, why are there so many Meseta boxes and, like, falls? Because I'm pretty sure those are set. Like, I didn't really pay attention to them until this year. And I'm like, oh yeah, they are just kind of always terrible. I'm just like, man, if those could have just rolled tools or something, it would have been more exciting for the red ring of items to actually have a ring of photon drops potentially drop. I was gonna say, HellCleave, you're gonna hear no disagreement from me. There are just no reason to do boss runs on a lot of... I'm not even gonna say a lot of ideas. There are just certain bosses that just, you don't even run. Like, the only reason they even have anything is because within the past couple of years, they put a hard up on them. Like, that's really sad. Just like, that's like the only item worth hunting them for. It's like, wow. Yeah, exactly. Where it's just, it's so sad. Like, they could be so good. But then, like, I don't know. Like, can anybody name anything they would genuinely hunt and not just for memes? I was gonna say, I don't know who worked originally. There we go. We figured it out eventually. Where especially just like Worm Boss and Soul Dragon in episode 2. And you even name a time where like, yeah, let me get the drop from this enemy. It's like, one thing if it's like, everybody has the equivalency of like Holy Ray or like LNK Combat from like episode 1 Worm Boss. Right? Like, it's one thing if it's that level, but the problem is more, I'm getting bodied. Yeah, Galatine getting the beat change was huge, honestly. It opened up a whole new rare, where it's still niche, but it's still useful. Versus, I will never play at a time in which this item is useful, therefore I will never benefit from it, why would I ever bother with it? It's definitely a bad feeling for those kinds of things. Goodbye, Ajito. Where I definitely want to, I definitely feel like it's something worth exploring. It's nothing where I feel like I have an immediate answer. So sometimes we just have to say things out loud and get it countered. Like, hear it out loud. Did that make sense? When we think about it in the greater context of things. But I think after just kind of talking through it in this session, it kind of highlights how disappointing the ultimate drops are. Did he really... he really did not have a chance of hitting that. That's so sad. I was trying to time a special on the Sinnoh Red, but he didn't have 100% accuracy there. Sad. Damn you, Kasami Bracer. Let me down. I need assistance with this room. I'm not doing this room solo with no traps. I'm not that crazy. If I had Dark Flow, I could have some fun with it, but... I was gonna say, me and Dango have the same mind. we're targeting the same ones. Oops, I probably should have targeted different ones, but it just worked out that way. Damn, Dango getting all the photons drops right on the last run. There we go. We gotta reward Dango. He's put in the hard work these last few sessions. Do some disking here. And I'll just hold it for the boss. So yeah, definitely room for improvement. I don't know if they want to move certain items to box rares. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if like, for example, an enhancement on box rares where they're not like the most broken thing ever, but like if they put like red saber and red handgun in boxes, I don't feel like that would be like game breaking, but at the same time, it would still be an item that would be arguably useful. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, ideally, you'll always have a chance of getting something like a Vice or a Jaya, but like, realistically, you need to have some other items to kind of fill in the other IDs. And I would be kind of okay with that. And definitely just more ad slots in general. Yeah, like, it would still be better than most of the rares. And it's okay that not every ID is like the god of all drops. And that's why I think like Pink ID potentially might just double down on like some of their drops. If they got rid of their crappy items and just got a whole bunch of barriers and amps to replace everything, like even more so than normal, it'd be kind of fun. Or if they allowed some amplifiers or like rare merges or something to take up some of the other slots. I'd like to see those. Take red mechons over L and K for boxes, yeah. Like, I'm sure there's some items I'm not really thinking of that could technically go in there. Oh, this is so scary without traps. I think I'm gonna ignore that. Oh, there's the Durandal we were memeing on earlier. Here we go, Chab. We're good now. We found our desired drop from the boxes. Praise be to Durandal, HellCleave. You don't understand. We have to have it in Ultimate. Clearly, there is nothing better to receive in Ruins boxes than Durandal. Or at least that's what you would think, given the spawn rate here. Oh, that really sucks. They moved earlier than they're supposed to. Joke's on you. I got knocked down before I could get grants. I'm gonna stay on this side and hopefully don't die. That'll be my tech tip. Oh, I got stuck on him. Oops. Actually, I wanted to test something. Where is his empty spot? Is it like here? Yeah, maybe it's on his right, my left. I know there's like a gap where he could swing and he doesn't hit you. I gotta relearn where that is. It doesn't come up super often when you play Ranger, and Force is like, if I'm getting meleeed, I'm dead already. But I should probably learn that as a Hunter. It's like you could stand on the inside of him and make him whiff. And I don't mean like where he keeps rotating to follow you, but there's like a spot where you can stand and he straight up cannot hit you, but he'll still attempt to hit you. I think it's on the end of his strike versus the beginning of his strike. Again, things that I don't usually care about, but I'm like, you know what? I'm here already. I'm HUMar. Let's try to learn things. So it felt like there was a bit of a gap on his other side, so I'm going to explore it if we play again in the future with HUMar. Might me. I think I actually did okay there navigating with HUMar. A little unfortunate. One I wanted to target was being protected by a Heat Seeker. If I hold down, I should hopefully not get sucked into the boss. There we go. I think I'm used to the Hudoral's accuracy, and I have to tell myself that she is a red rank. Because, I mean, they're only, like, what, one ATA literally off of each other? But because she is red ring, it does make a difference. Also, that's why we put Soul Atomizer onto a quick menu for us, so we could just get uninterrupted attacking. I definitely feel bad that for like the first year I played multiplayer PSO, I did not put Soul Atomizer on that quick menu. I think our earliest videos, you might see that it wasn't there. Maybe. Yeah, ever since then, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine playing this boss with that Soul Atomizer there. Okay, I got some damage there. Oops. I've escaped all. I'm good. I don't do a lot of damage anyway, to be honest with you. I don't have a good boss weapon. Oh? Hey! I did it! Oh, chat, you should be proud. Look at that. I was kind of following your track, but not really. That worked out. Rip Grimlock. So both of us dodged it. He was like a little more over to the right. I was slightly to the left. So yeah, we both dodged it. We're like, no. Oh, that was a good dodge. There we go. That made up for bad gameplay earlier. I finally dodged it on stream. We did it, chat. And our reward is HP material. Classic PSO. Yeah, like, those boxes should not be Vasetta. I'm sorry. Like, did they really get to the end of the game and go, you know what a player wants after spending 200 Vasetta? 141. Like, give me a break. Even in classic PSO, like, there's no way they thought that was okay. Like, okay, thanks for contributing to, like, a 20th of the cost of the quest, at best. Like, okay. More like a 200th, depending on what you're using, but it is what it is. Also, we're gonna sacrifice Cure Poison. Goodbye, Cure Poison. I don't understand that attacks as FrostMcG. The best way to put it is that it's an attack that bounces off a wall, right? So it's basically just kind of slightly angled towards you and constantly ricochet back and forth between a wall. But the thing is that if you maintain more or less the center, so you're not more to the left or more to the right of where it bounces, you can just walk away from it. But it's very punishing because if you're off by more than like a character step and a half, you'll just take damage, because you'll just be too close to walk past it. So, like, sometimes I guess you could kind of, like, zigzag if you want to buy yourself some time. Like, a little bit. But if you got a perfect arc, you could walk in a perfect arc, and the attack won't hit you. Like, technically, you could dip a little to the left if you wanted to correct it. So if you do find yourself too far over, you could correct it before it bounces, is what I'm saying. But anyway, let's go do some lucky coin trade-ins. I think I'm done for now. Next song. I guess this works for lucky coin trade-ins. I guess I'll make it multiplayer if people really want to join it, but it's fine if you don't. Like, we might as well do lucky coins. I gotta remember how to get to the shop. I think it's like the first NPC on the left. Leave it on normal mode. I eventually have to figure out what to do with all these materials. I've capped out again. I'm probably gonna be like, HellCleave, these need to leave my inventory. I'll just show HellCleave how bad it's gotten. I can put away evade materials, but I can't put away HP, or power, or defense. Like, oh no, it's too many materials. So I'm assuming whoever's joined us is going to join us for the trade-in. So, funny enough, we represent the 3 different items we can get. So Dango can get Jaya, Retract can get the Vice, I can get the Disca. Let's see what happens, though. We're gonna go to the shop, Gallon Shop. I think it's this person? No. I always forget. It's one of these left people. You might be who I'm looking for. Yes, please transport me. Then I think it's this one. I have 18 coins. Damn right, we're gonna play chat. It's roulette time. Let's believe in the roulette, chat. Praise be to roulette. Oh. Wow. Chat. We're already up a photon drop. Love to see it. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just get it. Yeah, there we go. Well, I guess it kind of paid off to do Phantasmal World with the group. Oh, we get the crappy one. Hate. Okay, so I'm gonna quit. What I'm gonna do, because I don't want to get prompted by that like 5 million times, I'm gonna drop all my atomizers so it doesn't ask me what I want to do. That wastes so much time. Okay, there we go. There's the true roulette lore. We're like, no. If they're gonna give me bad items, I might as well just collect them. Yeah, there we go. Less menuing. The meta is here. 40 tokens, says Dango. Well, hopefully you get something nice. Escape doll, that one's okay. I basically want to get the Paganini, I think, on the left, or the guy at the top, I think, is the one that I want. The other characters, I think, could give me TP material. I don't really want the nurse. I think bottom right is also somebody that I want. Basically, if you see a repeat of them, they're less valuable. I'll take HP materials. Kind of hoping that would be TP, but whatever. I think I've gotten all the God Shields. Yeah, I was saying earlier, HellCleave, that I was like, everybody could get one of the main items. Oh, too many Scaped Dolls. I don't want the Scaped Dolls. So sad. Actually, Hunter, it's Jaya. I was looking that up earlier. Force gets the Disca. Because I thought the Hunter was Disca as well, but I double-checked the chart. EP material? Nice. Okay. I'll take that. Slowly get through there as we listen to the sad music and the piano. Also, I hope they speed this up. Don't worry, HellCleave, I did the same thing. I had to fact check myself in real time. I was like, wait a minute, then what is the Force get? I thought they got something. Almost got the one I wanted. See if we check prizes. Yeah, Star Soul, HVTP. Null gives research. Paganini is unknown. Gallon's unknown. It's fine. We got at least one PD, so it was worth coming over here. So if I spend 5 minutes and get a PD, I think that's still fine, time-wise. Oh, I was one shy. That was so sad. It was so close. That was a tease. I think I went her in the bottom right. I think the top guy gives me the shields, which I don't need anymore. I'll take the TP material. Don't mind some of those. Only just a bajillion more Phantasmal Worlds to play. Well, HellCleave, I have a lot of materials for trade-in value at some point. On the plus side, I have enough to, when we eventually do get around to challenge mode again, we'll be able to upgrade a couple items nearly instantly. Damn you, Soul Atomizer boy. I dislike you so much. I don't even know what you do relative to the story, but this is all I need to hate you. You just give me nothing but disappointment. Oh man, come on. I wish one of them was replaced with Masetta. Like, the episode 4 one is so good. Brutal. Inventory full. Damn, I got that many Scape Dolls? It's crazy. Never enough Scape Dolls, chat. Yeah, eventually I have to do the Claire's deal on a character. Right, now I'm all finished. I'm gonna recollect my, some of mine at least. So many Scape Dolls. Do a quick PD check. How many do I have? Oh, 65. I was at like 28, by the way, like just a few weeks ago. So I've been getting a pretty steady amount. Like, we have been doing like 6-7 bonus streams. So it's definitely been picking up. Like, granted, there were like a few PDs that were just on characters versus like I found them during the week, but it really helped. I'm gonna go back and pick up the other items. Put away all the Scape Dolls I don't use. But yeah, eventually Claire's deal. I could finally get a, I don't even know what the gold shield is called. Chat knows what I'm talking about, though. I have all the, 4 that are required for it. Oh, Dimate. Come on. I don't use Dimates here. Oh, got a walls. That's so disappointing. Damn, that would have been a 50 hit. Damn, that would have been so good. That is so disappointing. I'm so sorry. 50 hit Vice would have been amazing there. Even if not the 60 hit. Okay, do you at least have anything good in the shop? Never have anything good in the shop. I hate you, shopkeeper. I don't know what I did to anger you, but like, the fact that you've never given me anything good is so depressing. Anyway, I guess I'm done with the quest. We'll say good luck to the people going through with those. Let's talk. Let's chat. So, from the standpoint of PSO, I'll think about if I want to do any more bonus streams. It'll be kind of at whim. I don't think there's anything planned. So I would say they're going to be a bit more sporadic on YouTube. I don't mind trying like the RBR, like how we did today, just to see how it is. We did get some information to update the quest guide. Well, I just want to compare it. Like, I really honestly want to compare in 30 minutes. And I think HellCleave missed it. In 30 minutes on very hard mode HellCleave, 2 photon drops. Let me do a time check. In the remaining 3 hours and 20 minutes, including Phantasmal World, I was able to get the other 2 photon drops. There's definitely an issue with ultimate mode, is all I'm gonna say. Where I definitely feel like there are just more interesting hunts on very hard mode comparatively. And if you don't believe me, why don't you go do the episode 4 blue ID hunt that we did at the beginning of the stream? Because from that standpoint, you have, even with the reduced photon drop rate, such a fast clear speed. The XP is comparable to like an average episode 1 or 2 quest on Ultimate. And then on top of that, almost every enemy has an item of interest. Like, they're not like Lame to Argent or Heaven Striker good, but they are like, here's 15 PDs of value good. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's still like pretty significant. Like, those are your select cloaks, your potentially Jayas with hit, your multiple photon crystals, you got heavenly arms. It's so sad. HellCleave says I often get more from helping people level in very hard blue compared to most all runs, sadly. It's so true. It's so true. I don't even think this is like me, like, oh, you know, those are the odds of happening. It really is just because those drop rates are just so bad in Ultimate. So it's like, even if you do the same run in Ultimate versus Very Hard has like seven enemies across multiple areas, or like 5 in any given area, that are all like ultra value for that difficulty. But there's not like that many comparatively in Ultimate. Like, you get the stray, like, Disco Brave Man Lame to Argent combo, right? Occasionally on certain IDs. Don't get me wrong, it can exist. But at the same time, it's like, there are so many dud runs. And I'm wondering how much of our complaints about like runnable quests have to just come with the fact that there's only like 3 enemies in any given area that drop any value. So like Orange ID on mines kind of breaks the mold and makes things like Guild Chicks worth a bit more, or like Purple ID might care about Cannabins, for example, or Blue ID, I forget which, cares about that. But, you know, there's at least like an ID that is like, this is the enemy for me, and those are exciting. But the issue is that then the remaining enemies are not good. So the best ID in an area is still barely competing with very hard mode, to be real honest with you. Like, there's maybe an exception to be said with Heaven Strikers, where there are at least multiple items worth getting, and that's why those are considered the best in the game. Or like Terrell's Eagle White ID is extremely good. But outside of like those 2 quests, every other ID in every other area really struggles compared to very hard mode. It's kind of sad. It's like, when is the last time that you really wanted to do a spaceship run, or just do like jungle, or just do caves that isn't people going bananas for Psycho Wand, right? Like, hopefully they get to the point where just the value is just a little better. And again, I'm not saying put XCal in every area. I just want to see more consistent rares. And I want to see some of these kind of junk rares either get phased out with guaranteed weapon drops. And I don't mean like XCal as a reminder. I'm even talking like common weapons. Like, what if Cannabins could just drop weapons as their quote-unquote rare drop, or something to break the mold, to increase the chance of them dropping common items? I mean, I would probably want to see that more in Ruins due to the weapon pattern, but like, you could always do that. I would probably still want that over just common items. I mean, it might look a little weird, I guess, from the standpoint that when you get to a high difficulty, not every enemy has a rare item. But honestly, most of these rare items are just terrible. they're just not useful at the point in which you can attain them. Like, obviously there's exceptions to the rule, like Frozen Shooter is an amazing drop in Forest, but like, am I really, really excited to see DB Saber Chris in Ruins over like a Galatine or, you know, Jizai, or like the equivalency of Shura and Gurren, which are in caves, they're much better weapons. I don't know. I feel like the balancing is a little off, and hopefully they continue to fix it. 40 DB Saber from Roulette. I'm so sorry, Dango. But from the standpoint of those, you know, those kinds of drops, I hope that they kind of reinforce certain weapon identities on the different IDs, and hopefully they can find a way that makes it a bit more satisfying. I'm not sure if they're ever going to pump up or promote boxes during certain weeks. Like if XP week also became drop box week or something like that to improve the odds of getting items from boxes or something. I would love to see it enter the RBR in some fashion. I doubt that will ever happen, but I would love to see it get a weekly boost. Get people doing box runs on purpose. See what happens. I mean, I guess technically box runs are drop rate weeks, especially if you're doing Endless Nightmare 4, but I think from the standpoint of the upcoming seasons, I guess I'll just put a final thought there. I think Christmas event is in a good place. I think Valentine's event is kind of on the far end of being lackluster. And I feel like Anniversary event is kind of in between, but in like a bad way. Whereas like Easter event, I would rate like a little lower than Christmas event, but it's still somewhat solid. A lot of these holidays don't really have anything special beyond the bonuses, which I guess to some extent is okay. But as we go into like, you know, 10th year anniversary or like up to like 15th year anniversary, I'm kind of hoping by that point we have a roadmap in order to introduce like more seasonal quests that will help bridge the gaps that we're seeing in these IDs. So even if we ignore the drop table not being like the ultimate perfection of all time, that there's still very clear issues with being able to fight certain enemies in certain areas. And, you know, maybe to some extent the drop table is catered around that like not every quest has a Baranz that you could kill in Spaceship. That's why they tend to have the better items. But like, there comes a point where we need to see something a little stronger, or at least have these kind of cross-episode quests available. So if you don't want this to be like the end-all be-all, we have to design the next Phantasmal World 2 for Pink ID, why don't you just have some generic enemies that are just good across 3 or 4 targeted IDs, and just design a couple of quests to hit those enemy counts? Like, will it be the best in any one given hunt? Hopefully not by intention. Would it be like good value start to finish? Yes. So I hope that they kind of think about it that way, that they either balance it from that perspective of, you know, having the cross area enemies kind of fill in gaps that are missing, or again, bump up the availability of enemies that are normally kind of uncommon because they're like locked away to Spaceship level 2 and that kind of thing, where you don't really see that issue as much with episode 1, right? Like, I guess the closest are like the sorcerers, I guess, also in episode 1, but the difference is that there's still a quest that has them, right, without needing to go deeper. Like, there's the equivalency of a Fragments of a Memory, where if all you want to do is fight Bullclaws and sorcerers, there's a lot of them to fight in that quest without having to do, like, I'll call it like 6 to 10 minutes of busy work to actually get to the hunt that you want. So hopefully they keep that in mind as they come through the custom quests. There's a whole bunch of categories of things they could do, so it's all well and good. They're doing stuff for the people that all they want to do is time trials with their Uber gear, whatever. But for everybody else that is not at that point, I'm hoping that they think about it from that perspective of value hunts. So even if they don't want to quote-unquote bridge the wealth divide between, you know, the veteran players and the newer players, at least give newer players a chance to just say like, hey, these are like the orange, yellow, and white ID quests that are pretty good if you're not going for a targeted hunt. Why don't you play these so that way you could eventually do your V502s, or you could get strong enough to do your Lambda Origins. I want to see more of that mentality, but we'll see where it goes. So anyway, chat, those are the final rambling thoughts for this particular session. Hope you had fun. We'll talk a little, I think, off YouTube in terms of plans for PSO, but I think that's good enough for now. So let's go ahead and say goodbye to YouTube. If you did watch to this point in the video or the VOD, I'd like to say thank you again for watching. Hope to see you again next time.